Welcome to Paranormal M, where we explore the hidden and unexplained. Subscribe and turn on notifications to stay updated with our latest intriguing tales. We hope you enjoy the adventure. Many times when I was living in Australia, did I have paranormal encounters while growing up. While I lived with my mother, she said that she'd experienced quite strange things happening in our house, from the kettle turning on randomly, even whenever we got a new kettle. From her feeling uncomfortable during the night, when I got to about 10, I believe, one night I got up to use the toilet. I remember seeing a man standing in our hallway, which really scared me. I ended up screaming for my mom to help after running back to my bed. I remember telling her what I saw. Well, I think she actually was maybe going to believe me, which I think helped me cope a bit. On other times, which this one still scares me the most. Around the same time I was 14, I was in the same house. It was at 6 a.m. in the morning. I woke up to a strange feeling. Someone was watching me from next to my bed, the way my back was facing. I slowly turned to see a shadow silhouette. It was standing next to me. It was faceless. I didn't make a noise or anything, but I punched where the silhouette was. When I realized what I did, I laid back straight down away, in a fetal position. A very strong feeling of fear and anxiety washed over me. I couldn't move. I thought it would do something to me. I stayed there like that for about 20 minutes. Slowly turned to find out that it wasn't there anymore. After I moved into my grandparents' house at about 15, I'd started to feel the same things I felt at my mom's about 2 months in. One night I heard what sounded like bare feet running to and from my bedroom door to the back outside door. It was a wooden floor. It was pretty quick footprints. It was like it was running. Then it would stop dead right outside my door. Then it would wait a few seconds and start running again. I texted my grandma asking if she or my grandfather were walking around. Luckily, she normally walks up to texts and she replied no. I guess she woke up. I then said, could you please come down the stairs with our dog and turn the lights on? As soon as she walked out with the dog, I could hear my dog barking and then my grandma walking up to the door. Completely different footsteps. Weird stuff would happen all the time. I'd always feel like something was watching me. I invited my girlfriend over when me and her were 16. She stayed the night with me, and maybe 1 p.m. I could hear the footsteps again. So I woke her up and said, can you hear that? Without saying anything, she listened and then nodded to me yes. Did the same thing. Texted my grandma asking if she was moving about in the house. She said no, and then I got the courage to swing open the door. Trying to act tough in front of the missus, I guess. When I did, there was nothing. There was just a cold feeling of dread. There's 2 more times I'd experienced something, and one time I was having a strange dream of being, tickled in my sleep. I woke up to still feeling this feeling. Started freaking out, and I'm awake and feeling somebody tickling my body. I leaned over my bed, not really sure why. Looked at the floor in the pitch dark, and out of nowhere, this strange blast of air, which felt like sticking your head out of a car window at a high speed. It hits me in the face. I didn't sleep the rest of that night. The last incident happened when I came back from living in Scotland. Where in Scotland, I had no issues at all, but I pull up to my grandparents' house with my ex-girlfriend. We were just having a chat in my car. I look in the front window of my grandparents' house and see the same shadow silhouette that I saw all those years ago. Once I get into the house after coming in through the back door, I can hear the radio switch on up in the front room, and about turns it off and says, I hadn't heard it turn itself on. What the fuck is it? For the past couple of years, I've had some weird things happening in my home. I always try to brush it off as I'm just tired as hell and seeing or feeling things, but I don't even know anymore. From time to time, I'll see shadows that are darker than dark, if that makes sense. They'd be peeking around the corners of me. As soon as I turn to full-on look, it'll pop out of view. been a time when I was turning off the lights in the front of the house and I was heading to bed. In the process of walking down the hall, I felt something again, darker than dark, like dashed in front of me. Maybe the size of a small, medium dog. I literally stepped out of the way. I shrugged it off and I went to bed. Most recently, I've been feeling something sit on the edge of my bed when I'm home alone and asleep. I'm a light sleeper, so the feeling always wakes me up. In one instance, it sat on the edge where I was facing. Felt the mattress sink in and heard the spring, and it scared the shit out of me. There's been a time when one of my child's toys went off in the middle of the night. Of course, I was home alone. The toy was like a DJ set where you have to touch the record for it to make scratching sounds. I heard the scratching noise while sleeping and it woke me up. Went into a room where it was still making that noise. Her TV was turned on in the middle of the night while I was alone. It was on a station about politics, which I know she doesn't watch. She was like 5 at the time. So I remember a few times my daughter was getting dressed for school and I had her door closed. She would open the door and ask, "Say, Mom." Then she would say that she heard her door handle being moved around and thought it was me trying to open the door. It's just us that live in that house, so I'm not sure if something's in my home or if it's good or bad, and I'm not sure if I'm just batshit crazy either. What do y'all think? I think we all have at least a teaspoon of batshit crazy. Something tried to kill me in my sleep. I, 27, was out of town over the weekend. I was visiting my family. No one in my immediate family has a spare room that at least I can sleep in, so I usually stay with my great-uncle. He lives in what was my great-grandmother's old house. The house is old, or pretty much in the same state that it was in that she died 11 years ago. She was kind of evil. She's particularly not liking me and my siblings, and at one point even banned us for just coming to her house and swimming in her pool as children. The house is filled with pictures of her and her parents and other historic family memorabilia. The house itself is very eerie. Many family members feel uncomfortable in it and think it's haunted. On this trip, my uncle was out of town, but he still let me and my friends who was traveling with me stay there. My little sister, 17, decided to stay there that night with us, but was too scared to sleep in the room by herself. So she stayed in the same bed as me. Around 8 a.m. I woke up on the floor after slamming my head into the nightstand with blood running down my neck. My shirt was also torn. There was a giant scratch and a bruise across my back where it had been torn. My sister called my parents and my dad. Took me to the ER to get 10 staples in my head. We concluded that I must have fallen out of bed, something that's never happened to me before. I've slept in that room dozens of times, and I've never come close to doing that. The amount of momentum it would have taken for me to bust my head open to the extent of needing 10 staples is something I don't even think I could have achieved with being pushed. It's fairly unlikely that my sister would have pushed me out of the bed, although not entirely ruled out. I believe some kind of spirit may have been involved. The night after, I refused to sleep in that room. All 3 of us just ended up sleeping on couches in the living room. The next morning, I was packing my things in that room with my mom. Randomly sliced my foot open on something stuck in the carpet. When I tried to find whatever it was, there was nothing there. My mom, who's extremely spiritual as a person, with scary, accurate intuition, she said that she's never felt stronger about leaving a room. That morning I also realized that a baby picture of my great-great-grandmother that I usually turn over when I stay there, because it freaks me out, was still upright and facing the bed. I had forgotten to turn it over. Anybody have any ideas? Are there any demons or spirits with the reputation for doing this? Is it her? Is it the house? Is it me? My partners joke that my bloodline's cursed for all 3 years we've been dating due to many tragedies and freak accidents people in my family are prone to. What do I do? Hire a witch to break the curse? That's an interesting first thought. Intelligent Orb Encounter. Hello everybody, I want to share an encounter I had when I was about 14 years old in 2008. I was home alone one evening and was playing computer games. I was in the lounge room when out of the corner of my eye I noticed something move. I turned to look at the object that caught my attention. The best way I can describe it is a ball of glowing white, like nearly see-through light. When I locked eyes on this object, it reacted in a way that gave me the impression that it was surprised that I was able to see it. It then quickly hovered through my lounge and down the hallway as I watched in disbelief. It made minimal noise, and the noise itself is hard to put into words, but I can describe it best as the sound of a light breeze of wind. I didn't get the feeling this orb was evil or had any hostile intention, and to this day it remains the biggest unanswered question of my life. I'm not one to easily believe in the paranormal, but it does have me scratching my head all these years later. Was it a spirit? A visitor from another dimension? Trick of the brain? Whatever it was, it moved intelligently and was aware and surprised I was able to see it. Any feedback or theories or even personal experiences are welcome and appreciated. The noise that follows me. When I was growing up, my mom had this type of metal cradle and basket used for storing food. It was broken, and when it rocked, it made a very distinctive sound. Removing items from it, bumping it, whatever, the sound was a common occurrence. I found myself annoyed at constantly hearing it, and one day I mentioned as such. Pretty soon after, I started hearing it at night. Got up to check, thinking something was out there. I'd enter the kitchen to see it rocking by itself. Thought there was some explanation. I just went back to bed. This was one of the least odd things that went on in my childhood home, so I barely even reacted. I don't believe that the house is haunted because my mom built it. However, the land is a different story. But Mom's house and its weirdness is a topic for a different post. Anyway, I heard that noise all the time, even after the basket was gone. When I'd move, I wouldn't hear it for a while, but eventually the noise will find me again, and I'll hear it at night when I'm alone or feeling low and emotional. I can never find the source. The new house. I bought my house in 2013. I was aware that before we moved in, an elderly lady had lived there for around 4 years before passing away. We never learned if the woman passed away in the house, but I wasn't really worried about it at the time. And this is just for context, as I'm not actually sure to this day that everybody actually died in the house. First occurrence was June 2013. One night before we moved the furniture to our house, my wife and our 2 toddlers were painting. It was getting late. My wife decided that she would take the kids and head to my parents' house for the night. While I was painting alone in the master bedroom, I heard the toilet seat slam down violently in the guest bedroom on the other side of the wall where I was painting. I mustered my courage and walked around the corner. Down that hallway, stepped into the bathroom and turned on the light, only to find the toilet seat was up. Second occurrence. December 2013. It was around Christmas time. We just finished loading up the car to head back to Florida from Texas. I'd just gotten into the car that parked in the garage facing the road. My wife was inside checking that everything in the house was set for a week trip. Shortly after I had sat down, just started the car. My wife sat down next to me and shut the door. Almost immediately after my wife sat down, I saw a figure of a person walk behind the car in the rearview mirror. Look at my wife, and ask if she saw that. With a cold look of fear in her face, she muttered, "Yeah." I searched the house for 15 minutes and found nothing. Last occurrence, 2016. It was late and I was heading to the office playing Minecraft on my PC. I fell asleep while playing in my chair with my shirt off and woke up to the touch of a hand on my chest from behind me. While still half asleep, I started to open my eyes and I felt nails digging into my skin and yelped. I went into the living room, flipped on the light, and had 3 claw marks on my left side of my chest. Additionally, my wife had just been given 2 Japanese geisha dolls that were set on the mantel over a fireplace. I had a really eerie feeling upon looking at them as I walked into the living room and threw them away. So this may have been a separate entity. The dolls were bought in an antique shop and were a gift. I think my dog is a ghost. Okay, so last month we had to put my family dog down, who was 8 years old. Since then, my grandfather, grandmother, and I have all heard her walking with the jiggle of her collar tags. My grandfather hears noises from her bed at night like she's moving around in it. The other day I was cooking and felt something brush against me like she used to. Out of the corner of my eye, I swear I saw her. Been coping kind of weirdly. Haven't really come to terms with the fact that she's gone, so when I saw her, I reached down to pet her, which obviously when I looked she wasn't there, you know. I've also felt her jump on my bed at night. The bed will move down like somebody got on it, but none of the other dogs jumped up. Finally, I think the craziest out of all of these, my neighbor told us that we should put her ashes, the collar, and favorite toy in her bed. When we placed her ashes down, the power completely turned off, then came back on a few seconds later. It's never happened before. I think that this is her, but it makes me sort of sad because I've always heard that spirits stay on Earth if they've unfinished business. But dying younger than most dogs makes me think that she died at the wrong time. It wasn't supposed to be her ending. A night shift in radiology. I worked in the radiology department in a hospital in Cardiff, Wales. It was about 3 years as an admin and a clerical officer before getting a promotion where I was working with medicine. During these 3 years, I saw a lot of things, ranging from patients dying in the MRI scanners to patients having an X-ray be inserted in like meat thermometer to their urethra. Whoa, wasn't ready for that. All right. I do that more professionally. During these 3 years, I saw a lot of things, ranging from patients dying in the MRI scanners to patients having an X-ray for inserting a meat thermometer into their urethra. Nights always seem the craziest. One time, a patient came in with armed police after an altercation which involved a knife in the middle of the city center. Just so happened that the person that we had the altercation with was having an X-ray too. This caused a second altercation right in front of me. Chairs were thrown, a trash bin or two, and then a wheelchair. So I've seen things, some funny, some stressful, some sad, and many times bonkers. This one night, something scary. I would start a night shift about 19 o'clock and then work until about 8:30 the next morning. This was a standard night shift for our department. We would usually do 3 nights in a row before going for 4 days off. After the 3rd night, you're ready to go sleep for a week. The strange thing was this was my first night of the 3, so I wasn't even at all tired. It started off normal. I arrived at the department, took over for the day staff, logged into my PC, and during the time we usually would set up our phones or tablets to watch the movies or latest TV series as there'd be a lot of downtime between patients. Like I said, the first few hours nothing that interesting, just your average run-of-the-mill night in radiology. Then it came to my break. Now before I tell you more, I should probably explain the layout of this hospital. This hospital is the largest in Wales. It's a teaching hospital. It's pretty old. Best way to get from A to B to this hospital is through what they call the tunnels or the catacombs. These consist of very dimly lit corridors, old abandoned rooms, tunnels, and other creepy, decrepit areas. The morgue is also found in these corridors, so it's not a nice place to be during the day, let alone the middle of the night. Just the quickest way to get to the place, if you're staff. There's always been rumors and mumblings of strange things happening in these tunnels. Some people say that they saw ghosts in old-fashioned porter uniforms taking wheelchairs to pick up patients. Others say they've seen the shadows following them from the corner of their eyes. But one person has claimed that they were attacked by people wearing an old nurse uniform from the 70s. This place is creepy even at the best of times. But for me, it never really fazed me. I've been down there hundreds of times before, and the worst experience up to this point was having a sluice pipe drip human waste in my head. That in itself was a horror show, but tonight would be something altogether different. maybe not even this physical world. Like I said before, very quiet night. Been watching the latest series of One Piece because I'm a geek. During my downtime, then a radiographer or radiology technician from my American friends out there, they come over and take a break and cover for me. I decided to go to the 5th floor with the sanctuary, multi-faith chapel, that's where it was located. I was on a night shift when one of the most beautiful places in the hospital was there, so... But to get there, I had to walk through the tunnels to reach the nearest elevator. I set off on my journey, which would usually take me about 15 minutes. Scanned my keycard at the main entrance of the tunnels and proceeded to walk through. 2 minutes in, I started to feel like somebody was walking behind me. Being a busy hospital and basically the tunnels acting like a highway, I didn't really think anything of it. Suddenly I heard panting like somebody was trying to catch their breath after going for an intense run. So I turned around to check and saw nothing. A bit strange, but thought it was nothing. Maybe just one of the pipes above my head creaking or a generator pumping, so I carried on walking. I kept feeling like someone or something was watching me. It was like walking behind me. Out of sheer confusion and fear, I missed my turn toward the elevators and found myself in a large section of the tunnels I'd never been in before. It was littered with old stretchers, beds, hospital furniture, and equipment. Some of this stuff was over 50 years old, maybe older, just left to decay in a dark, smelly, decrepit, and dusty corridor. So it was starting to really creep me out because, well, in all this confusion, I realized I was lost. It almost felt like I had fallen into the back rooms. Everything looked the same. I could feel a tightening in my chest, and I could feel the start of a panic attack. I remember clutching my chest and running down a corridor trying to find a signpost or something to tell where I was. The sense that something was watching me got stronger. Suddenly, I felt something hit my arm in force, almost like someone was using a baseball bat. I remember falling to the ground, pulled myself across the floor towards the cold, dusty wall, and looked around frantically trying to find an explanation of what in the heck just hit me. Something caught my eye. It's almost like a black mist, glowing red eyes. It was like 20 meters away from me, just hovering in the middle of the corridor. Was this the thing that just had been stalking me the entire time? Got up and sprinted. Ran down what felt like 100 different corridors until I found a housekeeper, a janitor. He asked me what was wrong. I looked pale, but I couldn't get any words out. He then grabbed me by the arms with a firm grip and said, "Did you see it too?" That was the last time I ever stepped foot in those tunnels. And to this day I hear rumors of strange things. I'm not sure what I saw that night. Maybe I was just tired, maybe I was stressed, maybe it was something. Why else would the janitor ask me if I'd seen it too? What else is down there? Well, I can tell you one thing for sure. I won't be going to find out. The hospital I work in is the pretty much biggest one. It's in Wales in the UK in the capital city of Cardiff. It's pretty old and many of the areas are unused and in a state of disrepair. It's a big place. It's very easy to get lost and it can be very difficult to find your way out. There are a network of tunnels underneath the hospital, where the morgue is located in many abandoned rooms and corridors. It's dark, warm, smelly, dusty, and pretty creepy. Anybody else having deja vu? This is where I had my own encounter with something dark. I won't go into all the, everything now, but it's all in my original post. Definitely worth a read. I think the last post we read was the original post. I decided that I wasn't going to pretty much do everything, and, well, I was not going to step foot in the tunnels again, but I changed my mind for science. This is when my friend comes to the picture. Well, it's a different story. I decided if I was going to actively investigate the tunnels, I would need at least one extra person. So who better to ask than my friend Ryan? Ryan is a tall, stocky gym guy, so at least I had a bodyguard. He also works for security, so he's got a fairly decent idea of the layout of the tunnels. Perfect. Ryan doesn't believe in ghosts or unearthly things. Well, he didn't until today. I had heard a story of a girl who was thought to haunt a couple of abandoned rooms under the old children's wards. The children's hospital has a new shiny building on the other side of the campus, so these old children's wards are now strange rooms and patient file libraries mostly. We decided to meet up in the evening to go explore this area of the tunnel. As this was a hive for strange phenomena, well, Maybe if we had time, we would try some other active areas of the tunnel, but we've been outside the tunnel entrance at 2100 hours. We had a plan of action. Firstly, we go make our way to the old area of the tunnels and the rooms where this girl was said to have been seen. Secondly, we explore a little of some of the equipment and the furniture in the rooms. They were really old. Finally, we sat in the middle of one of the rooms and just see what would happen. Pretty simple. But then, if we had time, we would just go for a little bit of a wander. Like I said before, I had an experience in the tunnel a bit over a year ago now, which is still fresh in my memory. But I have Ryan here, so I'm sure everything will be fine. So we scanned our cards and the door to the tunnels opened. I won't lie, I was very much on edge. We started walking to the tunnels and made our way through the first few sections. Then suddenly we realized we were in one of the old areas of the building. It then hit me like a ton of bricks. The reality of what I was doing. Am I crazy? I said to myself, no, this is for science. We got closer and closer to the section of the tunnel we were planning on going. The tunnels were dark and poorly lit. Ryan had pulled out his torch. It got so dark. Ryan then shone his torch on the wall. You could see old paintings of animals, clowns, of circus. Old painted faces that the children who attended the hospital painted and stuck on the walls. Perfect setting for a horror movie, isn't it? If I'm being honest, yeah, it was creepy, but I kind of expected something like this, so we carried on going. We finally got to the section of the tunnels we were wanting to get to. We looked around a little and noticed a few doors. 2 were padlocked, one had a padlock that had rusted and was hanging on by thread. The other door had been rotted and basically was dust. Put on our face masks because we're careful guys and because black mold and asbestos are real things. Proceeded to enter the rotten doorway, and Ryan flashed his torch around there. There really wasn't much in there. Maybe a couple of chairs and an old desk. Nothing worthwhile. So I moved to the next room. I pulled the rusted padlock, which disintegrated in my hands, and then pushed the door open. And I mean, man, the smell that hit us from that room was disgusting. It was a moldy, sticky liquid covering the whole of the floor. We noticed an old gallon of jerry cans of iodine and other chemicals that spilled all over the floor, and the countless carcasses of dead mice and rats that littered the floor was crazy. We decided to skip the room and try one of the more secure doors. This is where things get creepy. Ryan decided he would ram one of the old doors with his shoulder, thinking it would dislodge the old hinges and make the door swing open. It did not. Instead, we heard what sounded like tapping coming from the other side of the door. Ryan just knocked into the door, thinking it was like a dripping pipe on the other side. Maybe it was a rat or something nibbling at the door panel. He did it in a typical dun-dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun-dun-dun beat. The tapping stopped and, well, we waited a couple of seconds, and as Ryan went to knock again, the exact same beat knocked back at us. Dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun-dun. I froze and turned and locked eyes with Ryan. The utter shock in his face told me he probably made a massive mistake. Suddenly, before I even had a chance to run, Ryan passed out and fell into my arms. I wanted to run and leave him there, but he's my mate, and I know he would do it for me, so I started to drag him way out through the door, and the knocking stopped, and there was just complete silence. A couple of seconds after, Ryan started to wake up, and suddenly he shot up and screamed, "Mannin!" I jumped a mile and said, "What are you talking about?" He said back to me, "Mannin! It's Mannin!" I looked at him, and he's just staring into the darkness at the end of the tunnel. I realized Mannin was the girl who was supposed to have haunted the area. Maybe she was the one knocking back at us. I told Ryan we should probably find a way out. We both stood up and slowly shuffled away from the door. As we turned to face the way we came in, the door knocked again. The handle started to turn. At that point, I tapped out and started running to the exit. Ryan running beside me, we decided to go longer as the shortcut was more dark areas and at least longer was fairly lit. But as we got to the cross junction, Ryan turned back and screamed. I'd never heard him scream before. Turned around, and there in the middle of the corridor was a floating black mist with glowing red eyes. The exact same thing I saw before. Face contorted and almost had a child likeness to it. Screamed and wailed at us, and just vanished. Couldn't get out of the tunnel quick enough. We managed to get to the exit, and we just fell on the floor and just looked at each other. We both agreed not to tell anybody not tell anybody else a word about this. But we decided to get help from the hospital chaplains, because that thing was manning. Jailhouse Horrors. I work full-time as a deputy sheriff in a very rural part of the northern U.S., right outside of a Native American reservation. Although I do several things for the sheriff's office, I mainly work inside the sheriff's building itself and in the jail. In my time in law enforcement, I've seen many things I can't understand, but here are some of the most memorable. Medium security madness. Inside the jail lies a medium security housing unit. The inmates stay within their cells from 2200 to 0500. During that time, several inmates are allowed to go out and assist with cleaning and laundry duties. I've always had a weird feeling inside the cell block, but every once in a while my fellow officers and even some inmates see a man that we call the Watcher. Late at night as officers walk the cell block, we'll constantly see a man behind us wearing white inmate worker clothes. Sometimes when you turn your head to check behind you, and sometimes it's right in front of you. Never seem to know when you'll see him. Do a double take as a result of him being gone. He appears to every officer the same, and to some senior guys it's a rite of passage for when younger officers ask about the long-haired old guy out of the cell at night. Well, this is compounded by the fact that old cries for help are heard occasionally only for officers to run out of the office checking cell to cell for somebody in distress, only to always find no one awake. I personally believe that I've heard my last name called to me while sitting in this housing unit. Heard it plain as day next to me. There's no one awake, and all the inmates were asleep and accounted for. This particular housing unit has a long history of suicides, overdoses, and violent fights for the better majority of the last 3 decades. My first paranormal encounter here started even without my prior knowledge. Other officers only disclosed the information after I inquired. Hell's Kitchen, literally. The kitchen is another hotbed of activity, with 2 spirits appearing in the same manner and performing the same activities to each other each time we see them. The first is a larger man, maybe 6 foot, 250 pounds. Nearly every officer who's seen him describes him in the same context. He can be seen as soon as you unlock the kitchen and look up from your keys. He's dressed in white kitchen worker clothes, standing at the sink washing his hands. It's as if he's about to start his shift. My first encounters happened right after I was off FTO and started night shift. For nearly 2 weeks straight, I would see him do a double take only to see nothing in his place. For weeks, I thought I was crazy, not asking anybody or anything about him. Only after one day that my supervisor comes running into the office screaming about seeing something in the kitchen, only for his horror to be compounded when I gave an exact description of the individual and the task he was performing. My supervisor is a devout Mormon and a firm critic of anything supernatural was scared badly. He refused to enter the kitchen for a long period of time. The second spirit of the kitchen is the exact opposite of the man in white. He's faceless and only a faint orange glow is seen. The same shade as an inmate's jumpsuit. He's seen when you go to lock the kitchen door. The squeak of the inmate's shoe is heard and an orange glow rushes you, as if he's trying to escape the kitchen before the door's closed. The kitchen also has a history of inmate death, with records from the 90s reporting of inmates breaking in and using the kitchen knives to slit their wrists. Maximum security, the non-stop horror. Maximum security. No place in the entire jail has more terror than the maximum security wing. Activity is non-stop from random doors slamming to lights turning on and off. A personal favorite of mine is when you're there and the inmates can be seen at night walking the top tiers on the cameras, and in person, only for you to rush in about to confront an inmate for being out past bunk up, only for every door to be secure. Random screams are heard coming from areas where no inmates are housed. Footsteps happen so regularly that many officers don't even react anymore. But my all-time favorite is the time when an officer witnessed a female inmate through one of the white glass. exited her cell in the middle of the night without him unlocking it. The inmate processed, wrapped a noose around her neck, climbed the railing, and jumped off top tier. Several officers witnessed this happen. Radio calls to dispatch were made, emergency tones rang out, only for officers to open the cell block door, make entry, and see nothing. The odd thing about this incident was that the cell block only housed male inmates, but several years prior was a dedicated female housing block. Cell 19. One cell in the jail has been a shithouse in particular over the last several years. Cell 19 has housed dozens of inmates, but most either have some mental episode that results in them being institutionalized or moved out within a few days. Examples include completely normal inmates going to bed only for them waking up in the morning to screaming and rushing out and giving an evangelical sermon warding off evil. Normal inmates get housed only to have a horror show of a health issue in the day following, heart attacks, strokes, and seizures for inmates normally for good moderate health. In the most recent cases, an inmate who was like a prior co-worker of mine in another job attacked several officers inside the cell following cries for help. It took 6 officers, a taser, pepper spray, and a restraining chair to subdue him. The reason why officers responded was he was choking out his cellmate. It was completely without cause. Following this, the inmate was placed in observation. Was seen taking off his socks and shoving them to his mouth only for him to be saved from passing out when an officer took them out. The inmate in question the next day has been seen looking directly into the camera and breaking his hand seemingly without pain. The man's in his 70s. Conclusion. Many things can be explained to simply being in a high-stress environment and, well, the nature of the jail. But many things experienced by officers with no prior knowledge of the happenings. The fact that they happen so often is why I felt the need for posting. If you think the story's false, then simply consider it entertainment. I don't know what this could possibly be. We live in the Balkans, southeastern Europe. About 5 years ago, my mother, grandmother, and aunt went to another city to meet a woman. She's a Muslim woman who uses specific methods with molten lead, water, and reciting Quran verses, the Muslim holy book, to see or hear or simply know information about my family. They've never seen that woman before, but she lives 100 kilometers away from us. So she gets her, lead, drops it in the water, and recites something along the way, and then she takes that bowl and circles around you and so on. Their visit was a family secret for a long time until my mother told it to me. Then asked my aunt and grandma individually without them knowing anything in advance, and all of them told me the exact same story. The woman asked them if my infant father went to the hospital on the 40th day since birth, because of his face redness and Because of his face redness and constant crying, they answered yes. She then said that happened because somebody put some kind of witchcraft on him that night. The woman asked my grandmother if she had a tap next to the house with a white cloth over it, and she answered yes. The woman told her to burn that cloth because somebody put it there to harm her. She then asked my grandmother if you found any dead birds in your backyard recently. She answered yes. Well, she thought it was her cat leaving those birds there. The woman told her, no, it's a person who does it. This is one of the most bizarre, and you don't have to believe me, but she asked my aunt if she lives in a flat, and she said yes. She then asked her if the door threshold is out of stone, and it's broken in 2 parts. She said yes. She then said lift the threshold, and underneath you will find a small pouch full of sand. Immediately get rid of it. That sand is from the grave of one of your relatives. When my aunt returned home, she really found it. All 3 of them were absolutely shocked and in fear. But they're all Muslims, so they say that the woman simply can communicate with jinn, invisible creatures in Islam. I'm not a Muslim, and I believe that this is something else. But then after some research, I found that the lead ritual dates back to pagan Rome. Why did no one ever talk about it if it works like this? I don't understand anything. How would a stranger know what happened when my father was born 45 years ago? How could she know about that white cloth on the tap? How could she know about the little sand pouch in the front of the flat? She doesn't even know where we're from. This is too much for my brain to process. Am I psychic? My story. I'm Sophie, 25 years old. I've had a running joke between my friends and family of being a psychic, although in recent years I'm starting to genuinely believe I am. So I've always believed in spirits and life beyond death. I grew up in a haunted house for the first 9 years of my life. Never something followed us to the next house, or we got unlucky and moved into another haunted house until I was 18. My first experience with the paranormal was my imaginary friend called Millie. According to my parents, he used to frighten me and make me cry, because I was a toddler until I was about 6 years old. I remember when I was around 6 or 7, my sister had her friend over for a playdate. For some unknown reason, I felt the need to say, "Millie's getting jealous." My mom and my sister and her friend left the house to go to the park, but upon our return, all of the bed sheets had been ripped off the duvets and they were scattered along the bedroom floor. My sister and I shared a bedroom growing up. The TV was face down on the floor, but the screen wasn't shattered. We're talking like 90s early tube TVs. The huge ones, like the smash sound when they fall from that height, right? But another experience growing up in the same house was around when my grandpa died. Bought a Disney Castle toy for my sister shortly before it passed away unexpectedly. It had a clock tower on it. Not an actual clock, just a sticker of a clock with a toy that made it sort of a bell sound. After my grandpa died, bang on midnight, you bet that clock tower would start going off. This really frightened me and my sister as we were really young at the time. After a few sleepless nights full of crying, my mom eventually shook the batteries out. Peace. Or so we thought, because again, for a week after that clock continued to go off at midnight. Super spooky. My mom threw that toy away, and I don't blame her. I've had countless of other experiences growing up, but this would turn into an essay. So let's get on to why I think I'm psychic. I have nighttime hallucinations since I was a toddler. I'd wake up at night and see people or animals in my room, usually staring at me or running at me or just not noticing them there. Got put down to me being young, but still happens now and I'm 25. I hear random words and voices before I fall asleep. Some of the things I've heard or seen are so random I can't imagine it's something my brain would make up. Here's some of the sightings and psychic experiences that I've had. An old lady peering through the ladder of my bunk bed, furious face sticking her middle finger up at me, well, shortly after my family moved into an old house. Seen 3 girls crouching on the floor, hiding and cowering away from my dream catcher. Countless black shadows and scary, unsettling entities in my room. Once when I was 9, I woke up to my mom stood with her back to me. I spent what felt like 10 minutes asking her if she's okay and why she was there, just for my mom to call out from her bedroom, "Shut up, Sophie, it's 3 a.m. Safe to say, I hid underneath my covers and cried, realizing that my mom wasn't stood with her back to me. I dreamt of Michael Jackson the night before he died. Interesting. I dreamt of my dog a year before we got him, but I didn't realize this until he grew up, as I saw him as an adult dog, not a puppy, so it took me a while to realize. In October of 2019, I had a dream that I was on a bus in my local area. The streets were completely empty. There's no people or cars, and it was like a ghost town. Got off the bus, went to the woods, and saw my gran, who's been dead for 10 years. She was so vivid, and I could smell her old perfume, and she was even wearing her red coat. She hugged me and told me, "Things are going to get strange for a while, Sophie. But you're strong, and it'll be fine. I love you so much." Never thought much of that dream until COVID hit and the lockdowns began. I believe she was warning me about COVID, especially as I have severe asthma. I've experienced a severe 4-day migraine 3 times before a traumatic event that's happened in my life. As soon as that event has happened, the migraine disappears. It's a running joke with my family now that if I get a migraine, everybody needs to hide. Toys would regularly move around at night on their own. This has ended up with me developing a phobia of certain Barbies and China dolls because of this. One night when I was around 14, I woke up screaming, "Don't drink it!" Exact same moment I woke up screaming. My 7-year-old brother woke up screaming too. He said they had a scary man in his room offering to drink. Makes my blood run cold still typing it. My mom and sister were awake at the time and said we both screamed at the exact same time, so there's no way it was one of us waking the other person up. Super scary. One time when I was 18, I was having a sleepover with my friend. I woke up to see a bald, terrifyingly thin man-looking creature crawling toward me on the bed. Behind him was a tall, pitch-black shadow man. Must have been 7 foot. My dog was there, and he was growling and barking at the crawling man toward me, trying to protect me. My friend Ben woke up and started screaming, "Who are you?" As soon as we turned on the light beside the bed, they vanished. It took us an hour to muster the courage to run out of the house. We drove to Tesco and sat in the car park until it was light outside again. Ben still brings it up sometimes on the being of, one of the scariest moments of his life. I often know when something is wrong with a friend or family. I say what people are thinking, feel people's emotions, know when someone's about to call or text me. Dreamt of my ex cheating on me the night before he broke up with me. Found out he was cheating 2 weeks later. My mom also had similar things happen, not to the extent of me. My mom's side of the family say that we're in tune with the spiritual side of this universe. I guess I feel like a fraud saying I'm without an unbiased opinion. What do you guys think? What intentions does this entity have? Okay, so here's what happened. My parents' house has somewhat been always haunted, from moving shadows, moving stuff, and strange sounds in the night. Anyways, a long time had happened since the last occurrence. But then about a week ago, my mom was in her room taking care of 2 of my nieces, 4 and 5 years old. They were all watching TV. Obviously they were alone, but when suddenly they heard 2 knocks at the door of the room, my mother proceeds to ask, "Who is it?" A high-pitched voice says in a very smooth tone, "It's me." My niece starts screaming, "It's a ghost, it's Uncle Nino." Because I used to play with them that I'm a ghost and I can chase them throughout the house, and I was doing some errands with my girlfriend at the time and nowhere near my mother's house. So then she stands up and she also thought that it was me playing a joke on my nieces. But when she opens the door, no one was there. She then proceeds to check the house cameras and no one is in the house. A week passes by. And yesterday she was again alone in the house with only the dog in her room. She hears somebody tries to open the door and the dog gets startled and starts sniffing and looking at the door. She asks again, "Who is it?" And a now angry male voice responds, "It's me!" So she runs to open the door and again nobody was there. The mother starts cursing and saying, "If you have nothing good to say, please leave this house." Closes the door. Anybody know what this means, or what does an entity like this want? I'm concerned because I've heard that when an entity can communicate, it means it's very powerful. I fully believe my mother because I've experienced paranormal stuff in their house before, and well, she wasn't the only one to listen to that thing. Please help. Someone was breathing down my... So, my grandma's farm. For security reasons, I will not say precisely where, but in Norway. It's now been in my family since the mid-1600s. But the walls inside the walls are from, we think, long before that, around the late 1300. So that makes it over 500 years old. Back to the story. So I was just watching a movie with some of my family in my grandma's farmhouse, sitting in a rocking chair 2 or 3 meters from the others, when I feel breathing just behind my neck and up my ear, and a voice that sounds like an old man who says, "Onsen." In English, it's the equivalent of "oh no." I abruptly turned around and asked my mom. She said something since, well, she was behind, but 2 to 3 meters or so from me. She said no. I asked the others if they said that. Told them later what happened, and my mom told me a story of 20 years back when she was at home after she was done studying. She slept in the bed, and she usually didn't sleep at all on the farm, but she always got the feeling that someone was either lying next to her, watching her, sleeping, or what. This happened both when she slept and when she was walking around the room. After some weeks with this, she changed rooms to her childhood bedroom and it stopped. To this day, she doesn't like to sleep in that room any longer than she must. Now, no one pretty much sleeps in it, because it's so messy in there. Something sinister in the cabin. I just got back from a mini vacation with my wife in Pigeon Forge, Tennessee. The cabin was in a populated area, but hidden most of the road from a hill. My first impression was that it was a little bit eerie, but I brushed it off and assumed it was just because of horror movies. The energy inside felt a little heavy, nothing I couldn't handle. I'm very sensitive when it comes to paranormal energies, and I've lived and worked in haunted places all my life. This cabin was different. The dark energy was overwhelming. Didn't sleep until daylight for 3 days when we were there. I had to sit in the living room where I saw shadows and the cord on the wall-mounted phone swing and suddenly start and stop again. It was banging noises and the sound of somebody walking through the hallways. I absolutely couldn't take being in the bedroom. It was filled with mirrors. My wife would wake up every morning around 3, being able to fall back asleep. The third night I couldn't take it anymore. The dark feelings almost had me in tears and an anxiety attack. Left the next evening, taking a loss on our last night booked at the cabin. I just hoped that whatever it is didn't follow me home. Spooky experience in a motel in Washington State. For starters, this experience took place way back in 2015. I was talking to a friend of mine recently and mentioned the story. He convinced me to post this here. I don't use Reddit and rarely ever talk about this, so I'm by no means seeking any sort of attention or points. Chances are I probably won't even see any replies or anything. Well, you're on Paranormal M. And also note, I've had sleep paralysis before, but this was not that. I was still able to move and grab my phone. Context. In 2015, I was a college student outside of Seattle, Washington. A few friends of mine wanted to go on a spring break trip up to Ocean Shores. It's a small town on the coast of Washington State. Well, because we were broke college kids at the time, we decided to book the cheapest flight in town. Or place, sorry. A small hotel called Westerly Motel. We were a party of 5 people, 3 guys including me and 2 girls. We're all just friends and brothers, and we didn't really care about anybody sharing the same room, so we arrived at the Westerly Motel. Everything was fine. The place had a living room, a bathroom, and a small bedroom. It was pretty small overall, but hey, we got what we paid for. It was agreed that the 2 girls would get the bedroom and us 3 guys would sleep in the living room. There for 3 nights total. The trip itself was fine. There wasn't much to do in Ocean Shores, so our original plan was to see the ocean and the beach. But when we got there, it had all these really smelly and gross stuff washed up on shore. The local told us it was actually a fish or whale carcass. I have no idea how legit that was, but that was definitely not seaweed, and it smelled horrible. Nasty. The first 2 nights were completely normal. We all played board games and drank alcohol. It wasn't until the last night that my experience happened. The spooky experience. My 2 male friends slept on a couch and a chair. No idea how I was even able to sleep. I was the only person sleeping on the floor, and at around 4 a.m. I woke up. I didn't physically get up, but just opened my eyes. I remember reaching my arm over to grab my phone, seeing the time, and thinking, fuck, wish it was sunrise. Because the atmosphere was super spooky. It's hard to describe. The air felt stuffy and cold, and I know the phrase gets overused, but it literally felt like somebody was watching me. The closest thing I can compare it to is actually a video game about ghosts called The Fatal Frame. Throughout the game, there are certain rooms that have a high-pitched sound, indicating there's something in there for you to interact with. It gives you a sense of something is here, you know? I know that's a weird comparison, but it gives the most accurate feeling to what I felt that night in the motel room. I tried going back to sleep, but I felt so paranoid and scared that I couldn't. I remember my feet were actually shaking because I was so scared. I tried coughing a little to signal to my buddies on the couch, like, hey, you guys awake? Well, I didn't get any response. The weird thing was that I somehow just could instinctively tell that the source of all this fear was coming from the bathroom. I was closest to the bathroom because I slept on the ground. Like I could feel that something was not right with that bathroom. It scared the crap out of me even though I couldn't see anything. It also felt dangerous to move. Like the universe was saying, don't get up, don't move, just go back to sleep. You're not supposed to be awake right now. That's literally what it felt like. Thankfully, after 15 minutes or so, I was able to fall asleep. The next morning, everything was pretty much normal. As my friend and I were checking out of the hotel, I noticed while I asked the front desk, "Is this place haunted or something?" Chose not to. On the 3 or 4 hour drive back to Seattle, I casually said to my friends, "Hey, were you guys awake this morning?" And to my surprise, my friend actually said something like, "At 4 or 5 a.m.? I said, "Yeah." Then my friend said, "Yeah." Weirdly enough, it got quiet and we both just knew to leave the conversation at that. It was pretty awkward, but that was literally it. I could tell that he also experienced what I felt at 4 a.m. and just like me, didn't want to talk about it. I felt sort of cursed to talk about, honestly. Aftermath that scared me. That was the end of that experience, but fast forward to 2020 during COVID. I was bored. Stuck at home, that Ocean Shores trip came back to mind. I was curious and just Googled Ocean Shores Westerly Motel. First thing that came up was actually a COMO4 news article written in 2014. The article states that in 2014, at the exact motel we stayed at, there was a man who locked himself in the bathroom in a standoff against police. He started a fire and died of smoke inhalation in the bathroom before being taken to the hospital or something. You can find the article itself if you just Google KOMO News Westerly Motel. When I read it, it scared the hell out of me because I remember that night and remembered sensing something in that bathroom. I would definitely consider myself a skeptic, but that night felt very supernatural, like you could just feel it in the air that it was not normal. Before that, I just used to snicker at anybody saying that they felt watched, but, I get it now. I was looking at reviews of Westerly Motel and was secretly hoping somebody else had a similar experience, but alas, nothing. But yeah, just wanted to share the story. The motel is actually still around, so if by any chance anybody else experienced something like this, just know that you're not alone. And I second that gesture. Appreciate you, and see you. I lived behind a graveyard. Yep, that's right. My family house backs up to a graveyard. In fact, we back up to one of the oldest cemeteries in the state. From my understanding, the land in my neighborhood was developed on in the 1970s was originally a fruit tree farm. Each of the homes on the street has at least one fruit tree on their property as a relic of the farm. My family had an apple tree. I know that these stories should always be taken with a grain of salt. I consider myself a pretty level-headed person. My parents are physicians and we operate under a very practical, realistic way of navigating life. And even with that understanding of how the world works, we've experienced things that have never been able to be explained. Growing up, the house always gave me an uneasy feeling. I constantly had the feeling I wasn't alone. I'd had something knock on my window in the middle of the night and I've heard footsteps down the hallway. I've seen an apparition, seen things fly off the table, and had countless other experiences, big and small, that were just normal occurrences. My mom also had interesting experiences, including old toys turning on when they had no batteries, things pushed from behind while gardening, seeing unexplained things from time to time. There'd be periods of more activity and periods of quiet. During the active moments, we would refer to the house as being loud. It was the loudest when nobody else, but it was the loudest when one of us would get sick. Perhaps one of the strangest moments was when we found a bone in our backyard. The bone was examined by our local forensics team. It was concluded that the bone was part of the end of a human femur, with an unknown origin. They didn't give a date, but they did say it was likely several hundred years old. Weirdly enough, we found it by accident. One morning, it was just sitting on the top of a flower bed maybe 20 feet from the house. and at this point the bone's family lore, and we've never been able to explain its existence. There's never been any evidence to suggest somebody was buried outside of the cemetery lines, but it certainly makes you wonder. No other bones were ever found. If you're ever wondering what they did with the bone, well, we kept it. Actually, when a very quick investigation concluded, a police officer came by to drop off the bone. Weird move, but we didn't really know what to do, so we took it. Since that moment in 2006, it sat on the mantel above her fireplace. The bone ended setting in motion a specific series of events that ended up coming to our family's aid later on in life, so we keep it up as a reminder of that moment. I lived behind a graveyard, too. My mom got locked out of the house. I wrote a while back about the bone I found in my graveyard, or in the backyard of my family's home, and some of the weird things that I experienced. Here's another unexplained moment. In my college years, I lived in the same town as my parents, about 15 minutes away. As an adult, I'm close with my parents and I see them regularly. So the morning my mom called me, I assumed she was going to ask me if I wanted to go get dinner or to come over. However, when I answered, I was met with a wavering voice. "Can you come over? I locked myself out." "You did? How? Which door?" "The front door. Can you please come over?" And as I pulled up to the house, my mom was standing at the front of the driveway, and her body language said that something was wrong. I made a snarky comment about needing to hide a key away. Then I walked her to the front door, and as I unlocked the door, I realized it was a deadbolt that was locked, not the doorknob lock. It made me pause before opening the door, realizing that you can't open the door with the deadbolt locked. And as I pause, she laughs and says, "You're not going to believe me." "Oh?" Went to take out the trash, and when I closed the door behind me, I even jiggled the doorknob to make sure it was unlocked, and it was. But the deadlock was locked, not the doorknob. I know, that's why I'm freaked out. When I went to go back inside, I realized the door was locked, and here's the thing, don't make fun of me. Now we're standing in the entryway, and she points to the glass panel next to the front door. You know what I'm talking about? Those decorative glass panels that would be set next to front doors? Well, she points at it and says, "I swear I saw somebody walk past and I looked inside. I swear it was Mark." She's one of 4 siblings, 2 of which had at the time this story and recently died from old age. She wasn't that close with either of them as they were significantly older than her. When they died, I know she felt conflicted on not having close relationships with them, and I know she felt more alone in the world with both of them gone, regardless of their relationships. We did a sweep of the house, checking every room and hiding spot. I don't know what they were looking for or what we would have done if we had found something or someone, but after an uneventful search, we both laughed about the whole thing and left shortly after and got to class. She was the only person in that house all day. Before I left, Mom and I both scolded the house. Knock that shit off. This wasn't the only time Mark showed up, but it wasn't the most unsettling. Greetings from Paranormal M, the channel that delves into the most mysterious and unexplained phenomena. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications for more spine-tingling stories. We hope you have a thrilling experience. My haunted houses experience. Time to take a stroll down Erie Street. I'll try to be brief, but I have 4 haunted house experiences. 1. I moved around quite a bit as a kid to my dad's job. We moved to Wausau, Wisconsin for 6 months when I was in 3rd grade in 1970. Maybe that's Wausau. I kept seeing things move, and I was hearing voices in my room. My parents chalked it up to an overactive imagination, and no more night gallery for you. It was 30 years later when my mom told me somebody had died in my room. 2. We moved back to Appleton and lived at my home for about 6 months. My parents had problems with the landlady. It was weird when I moved back, as I went to the same school I was attending at Sacred Heart. I thought people traded homes when they moved. It was like a time warp when I went to the same Mrs. Hoffman's class. We moved across town. It was like think it was 1213 East Francis Street. That's 1972. We lasted a year there, as it was a small ranch house with 3 bedrooms, and my mom, dad, 2 sisters, and new baby brother outgrew it. My sister Amy talked about a man being in the basement. We would hear somebody walking up the stairs at night. I always got the heebie-jeebies, and, well, so did my friends when playing in the basement. My parents told us years later that somebody committed suicide in the basement. 3. We moved down to block 1301 East Francis in 73. My parents' room is downstairs. Our 3 bedrooms are upstairs. My brother's room is always colder, and I keep having bad dreams about a boy who lived in the attic in my bedroom closet. I also felt being watched playing with my chemistry set in my dad's workshop. Lights flickered, like always. Us kids would race downstairs to the pantry to fetch some canned goods or something out of the deep freeze, race up like we were being chased. Our parents poo-pooed this evening, even though the cupboard doors would slam. Our parents poo-pooed. Poo-pooed. With an H, as in the bear. While our parents poo-pooed this evening, though, cupboard doors would slam and no one was in the kitchen, stuff would appear or move. One time the closet door in my sister's room opened and slammed shut. My other sister Sarah said that she saw a little girl with red eyes often by her bed in the middle of the night, and also by the downstairs closet. We were there till about 78. 4. I lived with 2 guys in a condo in Reno. I told them from the get-go something was off, but my roomies just told me to shut the hell up. My silky terrier would often be standing on my bed whimpering, like a sort of don't understand sort of a growl. In the middle of the night, we all heard footsteps that were going up and down the stairs. I was a stage hypnotist, and one roomie, John, wanted free tickets to impress some woman for my show. I wondered what the heck as I saw John nonstop texting through the entire show. After the show, he says, "I have to go home, Dominic is having a meltdown." Seems Dominic heard something in my room and my dog Ziggy was growling at my closet. Dominic demanded the spirit show itself, and then heard a crash. He snapped a pretty clear picture in which we posted onto the internet. Dominic challenged the ghost because that's what they did on TV, so shit got wild. We had 3 Ghostbusters tell us the same story. They told Dominic not to say anything as they wanted to experience it themselves. We left for 2 hours and came back to EVPs and orbs on the camera. They said that the young boy and girl liked my dog, but there's also a dark man. We had Terry Landry from the news come out to do a Ghost Hunters team and said the same thing. 5. Not my house, but a friend's. I was doing the long-distance thing with a woman from Pittsburgh. She was psychic. We had a dinner at my friends Cheryl and Dave's. After dinner, the dogs start barking and the parrots squawking. Cheryl said it's our ghosts. We investigate, we get some cool EVPs, and get several pictures with orbs flying about. We get home and the woman and I just get this feeling like somebody just walked over our graves. I've only had that feeling once before. Bonnie said the ghost traveled with us home and immediately saved my house. What is your haunted house experience? Well, I was dating a woman who had an abusive, sick, and twisted ex-husband. She had 3 kids and said, "You are the opposite of my ex and the kids. Joe, Sarah, and Jake adore you." She worked full-time at a disabled children's home and was attending school full-time at night. I helped by watching the kids, I made dinner and helped with their homework. Good on you. I enjoyed also taking Sarah Bear to club softball practice. I'd often take Brandy to University of Phoenix in Reno, about a half-hour's drive away. I'd always get her ported sub sandwich just the way she liked it, and the kids were old enough, like 13 years old, to kind of wash themselves for a few hours. Things were going well. until her ex committed suicide. She was feeling guilty about it even though, well, he beat her and sexually assaulted her. We were in bed and having an argument, and there was a loud bang. His picture had flown off the wall and crashed to the floor. There was a buzz in the air, and you could smell sulfur, too. We were fully creeped out, and it was like a long, sleepless night. She was feeling so guilty that she broke it off on St. Patrick's Day a week later. Ran into her kids often, and they said that they really missed me. I really missed doing and reading lessons with 3rd grade Jake. I learned she got her degree, got that job promotion at the place she loved, and married an army sergeant with 3 kids of her own about 6 months later. Anybody else run into a jealous ghost? 3 kids in 6 months. Doesn't seem likely. My many ghost experiences. Experience number 1. The first ever experience was a few months after my grandma, on my mom's side of the family, passed away in the summer of 2018. I was laying in bed and cuddling my cat, in which I fell asleep. It was pretty dark in my room, but there was a nightlight on. That was had and on at the same time. Everything, of course, was fine until my body froze up and I felt forced, like my eyes opened and my head turned, which I saw a person who was pitch black standing by my bed. I guess it was a she, since she had what looked like a big head of curly hair. We stared at each other in what felt like forever before this white grin appeared on her face. Then I finally blinked and she was gone, as my door slowly closed on its own. I asked my family in the morning if any of them checked on me in the night. Everybody said no. Since then, I've developed really bad insomnia. And no, I do not believe it was my grandma. Experience number 2. This one was a bit nicer, and similar stuff happened with my mom. We had 3 cats named Toby, Foxy, and Shadow. All have sadly passed away. Now we have 1 cat named Felix. Every now and again we'll feel something move against her legs and think it's him. But nope, nothing will be there. Or we'll see a figure of a cat, but it won't be Felix. But one time I felt my bed move and saw him move down like something was there on my bed, then it was just gone. My bed. Sorry, it is memory foam, so we still have no clue. We don't even know how this could happen. So to me, I think it was my cat Foxy who often did that. Experience number 3. Short, but still happens often. A shadow figure will stand in the crack of my doorway if it's opened and just stand there. It'll only go away if I close the door, and then it won't let me leave. Worst part is, it's maybe 6 feet, the exact size of the door frame. Otherwise, it's chill. Experience number 4. Another shadow figure who actually made me run. I was refilling my water bottle in the kitchen. Little explanation, so, we have the front door that's to the staircase. It goes up and down to the main floor in the basement. When you go up the stairs, you have to go to your hall to your left, the living room's on your right, and the kitchen archway is in front of you. After I was done, I started heading back to the hallway, and then I looked over down the stairs, peeking behind the banister. It was something crouching and fully black again. I froze, and then it moved, so I sprinted down the hall and almost slammed my door. I sat leaning against the door for like half an hour. Thought something broke in. Decided to go back to bed, and once I woke up, nothing happened. Nothing was stolen. No one was dead. Now, every time I fill my water bottle in the middle of the night or get a snack, I have to make sure I'm not going to see it again. Experience number 5. Almost forgot this one. Good part of these are I'm going to sleep, so it's fun, but this one happened after like a really bad nightmare. I don't really know what it was about, but I woke up and just felt pressure of something bad. Just anger, to be honest. I could hear these boots pacing. My floor is carpet, but it sounded like it was on wood. I refused to move and tried to calm myself back to sleep since I couldn't do anything, not even speak. Experience number 6. These next two are the most recent ones. For an odd reason, there's been a very eerie feeling in the hallway, and I think Felix, my cat, can agree. Different time, I was filling up my water bottle, and I was just stalling with my cat since the hall felt off again. My room's at the very end of the hall. It won't stop, so I quietly asked something like, "Hey, can you stop making the hall feel off? Just for tonight, please and thank you." Next thing I knew, Felix started waltzing down the hall with no issue. The hall hasn't felt like that since. Experience number 7. This one still makes my neck hurt, literally. So the way my bed is placed, I'm able to sleep facing the wall. The rest of the room is open. It felt like I was half asleep or half awake, but my eyes were still closed, and all of a sudden it felt like the room went quiet. Way too quiet. Then I heard a, "Hey," what I thought was a man's voice. Right after, I felt this cold air right against my neck before it felt like I was electrocuted by a finger right at where my neck meets my skull. Then I woke up fully and my body ached, and my head hurt and I started crying. In the end, I fell back asleep facing my room with my blanket covering most of my head. Then the very next night, I told off the spirit, and anybody who could listen not to touch me when in my room or at all would be even better. My mom's side. Story number 1. Since I don't have the full story, these might be a little bit shorter. She said that she talked with her mom, my dead grandma, at least once in her sleep. She doesn't remember much of it, nor do I, and it could have been a full dream. My mom hasn't seen her ghost in a while, so I'm hoping at least my grandma's fully moved on. My cat Felix on multiple occasions will refuse to get on the downstairs couch. Why, you may ask, is because that's where Foxy used to hang out. When we brought Felix in, we didn't do it slowly. So Foxy was mad and upset that we replaced her and the old roommates, so we would often stay on the couch downstairs with my mom. Foxy's always on my mom, like a baby. She thinks during those times Foxy's ghost might be hanging out around the couch. My mom's experience number 3. My mom will often see a dark outline of a cat. She'll think it's Felix, but the next thing she knows is she'll see him sleeping somewhere close by and getting comfortable, but like fast asleep. And from what she's told me, she thinks it's our cat Shadow. So you can think of Shadow being a black cat with long fur. And if you remember, Toby and I don't think either of us have seen him around at all. He was a big old ragdoll cat and he was just lazy and doesn't want to show himself. Reminds me of me. My house. I live in a haunted house. I know at least one woman was still here. First time I experienced something, I was home during the week. I like to have a space heater on under my desk, and all of a sudden it dropped down like 20 degrees even though the heater was still working. Then I felt a finger poke the back of my neck. I spun around thinking maybe my wife came home for lunch, but it's odd. She works 30 minutes away, and there's nothing behind me. I said, "You aren't supposed to be here, you need to leave." And as soon as I said that, the temperature came back up. Fast forward a few months, and I used to work as a network engineer for a financial company overnight. It was really snowy, so I told everybody to work from home and avoid the roads. About 3 in the morning, I told the team I needed to step away to use the restroom. I walked across the family room and did my thing. I returned to my office, went to close the door, but it stopped a couple of inches from the doorway. I looked down, thinking maybe my young daughter had left a toy on the floor before going to bed or something like that, and was blocking the way. Nope, nothing on the floor. I freaked out, thinking maybe I woke my wife and she came down to check on me. Nope, no wife. I said, "Someone there?" I heard a female voice I'd never heard before whisper, "Yes." This time I said, "I told you before, you're not welcome here, you need to leave now." As I said it, the door closed all the way. Since then, we've converted that room into a guest bedroom. It's not uncommon to come downstairs and find a house guest sleeping on the couch, rather than the guest room. That's because they felt creeped out in the guest room. A few months after that, my wife and her daughter flew down to California for Lunar New Year with her family. I had to work, so I stayed home. It was around lunchtime, and I was at the kitchen table, and I heard the same female voice whisper, "Let me in." I was like, nope, never gonna happen. I regularly hear somebody walking around upstairs, and I'm home alone. Not the sound of the house settling, but actual footsteps. Clomp, clomp, clomp. We have a flight of stairs that goes up maybe 15 stairs to a landing before pivoting to the left. If I'm sitting in the corner of the couch downstairs, I can see right up the stairs. I regularly see a female figure standing on the landing out of the corner of my eye. The minute I turn my head, she vanishes. Lady still living in my house. Since as long as I can remember, I've been very sensitive to feeling atmosphere and energy in a room, especially when I was a kid. I still feel it now as an adult, but I just learned to not be affected by it as much. So when I was still living with my parents, I'd always say to them that I felt like something else was living in our home. There was one specific spot where I felt it the most. It was next to the balcony door in my parents' bedroom. I had to pass that spot every day to get to our bathroom, and I would always turn on all of the lights and run past. Also, my dad had a lot of difficulty with falling asleep in that room, but he's always been skeptic of the paranormal. I've moved out of my parents' home years ago, but last month my mom asked a professional to come over and check on our house, just out of curiosity, and after this topic randomly came up in the conversation. So now comes the eerie part. He, the professional, he comes over and walked straight to the spot that I'd always been pointing out. We didn't give him any information or anything. It was so weird. Turns out it was an older lady that had lived here before us. She had been staying with us for the past 15 years after she passed, and apparently she used to love to sit in that spot to look at the garden. She didn't have any bad intentions, but we still asked her to leave. My dad's sleeping issues disappeared, and I felt a lot calmer being in that room. Still don't know if I really believe it's real or not, but it was just so weird to have my feeling confirmed by somebody that's had, experiences with these things. Anybody else who's experienced anything like this? Oh yeah. Have you seen these spirits? Dark-haired woman in nightgown and Victorian man in top hat. Of all the spirits I've crossed paths with in my life, there are two of them that have been seen by many of my friends and acquaintances across the globe. These separate entities seem to have, they've appeared to many people, especially people I know since their childhoods. They always appear as, respectively, a young woman in a white nightgown with long, greasy black hair, and a tall Victorian-seeming man with a black cloak, a hat, and occasionally red eyes. My ex living in Texas, they once saw the woman when he was a child. He woke up one night sleeping in the same room as his sister to find the woman standing over him. She was leaning down into his face and watching him. He remembers that he thought it was his mother. His sister saw the spirit too. A friend of mine living in Alaska saw her when she was a child. The woman rushed through the room and disappeared. And this friend too thought the spirit was her mother. As for the man, he's appeared to my friends in England and Canada, as well as here in the US. He also just stands there and watches you from his tall height. I have a theory that he's the spirit of Jack the Ripper. Has anybody else ever seen either of these spirits or heard of them? Who are they? I don't know if I would chalk it up to that. Possible spirit I keep seeing, but never seen a spirit in my life before. We move a year or so just recently, about a month, I keep seeing what I think is a spirit. It comes and goes mainly when I lay down with my youngest for nap time. What I see are small, almost sparkling comets moving around. But this morning they merged as I reached my hand out toward them. They reached to me. My mother-in-law, I never met, said that she had passed before I met my husband. But we have a teddy bear made from one of her coats. The sparkling always comes and goes through this bear. At first I thought it was just light reflecting or seeing issues, but when I look around it's as if there's only one spot in the room. We also recently rearranged the entire room, and still they originate and leave the light and the bears in the corner. Any insight would be appreciated, and as I'm 31 and never experienced this before. I don't really look for paranormal things or even really into that type of stuff, but I do really enjoy reading people's auras, so I do have a lot of practice in seeing things others sometimes don't. Skinny person, no face, tall, pointed limbs, and a blue suit. As the title says, I saw something that looked like that. Skinny person with skin where they should have a face. They were tall, they had pointed limbs, and a blue suit. I like to walk around my neighborhood at night. I don't live anywhere rich, but it's a nice neighborhood with nice people and no history of violence or anything like that. I always take these walks, and this has never happened before, so I've heard noises in the past, but I've just brushed them off as teenagers meeting late at night or maybe even wildlife around the area. But tonight, when I walked out of my house, I got the intense feeling of being watched. Felt the hair on my body stand out. Tried to brush it off and continued on with my walk, and during this walk I thought I saw somebody duck and hide behind a car. I couldn't quite see what they looked like. When I went to look, there was no one there. There's nowhere they could have run because, it was an open area, the only cover being that car. I continued on with my walk like normal. I looked behind me for a few seconds just to make sure there was no one there. I tried to be aware of my surroundings. And then when I turned back around, I saw that person. I first saw it out of the corners of my eye, and then my eyes fully landed on it. Saw it standing there, and I know what I saw. But then, not even a split second after my eyes fully landed on it, it disappeared. Later on in the walk, I would see black splotches that would randomly disappear and reveal the area behind them. I don't know what it is, but if somebody can help me or tell me what I saw, tell me if it's dangerous or if I'm just going crazy, that would mean the world to me. Please help. Possible ghost at my great-grand's funeral. This is true. I know the title sounds made up, but I, a 20-year-old female, experienced this with my own eyes and ears. So did my sister-in-law, 16-year-old female. I say sister-in-law because it's easier than my brother's girlfriend, but they're not married, of course. On Friday, the 21st of June, my great-grandmother passed away. Alzheimer's, 81 years old. The following Thursday, the 27th of June, we had her funeral. It was at her church, very Catholic, and I'm not Catholic, but she was devoted. After the funeral, we walked to the cemetery for her burial. I asked my mom if we knew anybody else in the cemetery. She listed a few names. And on the walk back to the church, me and my sister-in-law ended up walking next to this older lady, maybe in her 70s or 80s. She asked if I was a grandkid of my gran, and I said great-grandkid. She then stated that she was my gran's cousin. She didn't give me a name, but we talked about how big her family was and how I'd not ever met some of the people at her funeral. I then found my mom and told her that she told me that my gran didn't have any cousins. She has one brother who never had kids, and a sister who passed away years ago, also never had kids. so there was no real extended family from them. I asked if maybe it was a distant cousin of my gran, and she said maybe, but they would have been older. I told Mom I'll point out the lady if I see her again. At that after-funeral party, I guess you could say. I don't know what it's called, but just for refreshments and food at like a balls club. I saw the lady again and pointed her out to my mom, but she said she couldn't see who I was pointing to. My sister-in-law saw the lady too. She was short. I'm 5'5", and she was about my shoulders. Had a blue patterned shirt, a black cardigan, black pants and shoes, and gray hair and glasses. Mom couldn't see anybody matching the description. I went and I asked my nan. She said she never saw anybody like that either. I asked my gran having a cousin, and my nan, my gran's daughter by the way, said not that she knew of. Could possibly be distant cousins, but she wasn't sure. After being at the club for a few minutes, I never saw her again. Until we were leaving, my sister-in-law pointed her out again, but just as I looked, she went behind a wall, then never back out the other side. We drove past and nobody was on the other side of this wall. Me and my sister-in-law just looked at each other and just started laughing because what the fuck just happened? So I don't know how to end this, but it was the weirdest thing ever. Was she possessed? One evening I was having a burger with a friend at the station, which was empty, when we saw a girl. She was walking towards us. She was talking to herself as if conversing with someone. She said, "Oh, look at them, they're eating." She approached us and started asking questions, our names and what we were doing, etc. She seemed a bit weird already because of her look, and also she was a few times mentioning the moon, but we ignored it. But then she looked straight into my eyes and said, "I'm the same like her." When I asked what she meant, she told me to look up at the moon to find out. We were scared and she seemed to enjoy it, laughing maliciously. When I said enjoy, I really mean it. It made her so happy that we stand up from our place and step away. Her eyes were especially unsettling. Brown with very small pupils, despite it being nighttime. Her hair was cut very short, 5 or 6 millimeters, and her teeth seemed a bit sharp. After talking to us, she walked away speaking nonsense and appeared confused, like mentioning her boyfriend was Arab, among other things. I got answers that probably she has mental problems, but I don't believe that. I believe she has something inside her. I know the story doesn't sound crazy, but it was scarier to actually see it and live it. Trying to figure it out. What could be her religion? Why does she mention the moon, and why did she say I'm the same like her? Tiny green guys. So back in '95, I was 12. I finally decided to play Ouija with my dad. I should preface that my dad used to do a lot of seances and other occult things like tarot. As a result, he had some pretty unsettling encounters that he told me about, which I might post about another time. But anyways, we go through the game and we ask the usual questions. I distinctly remember how unusual the movements of the glass piece felt. Didn't feel like controlled or natural movements. Later that night, we started watching TV. Kept seeing these little green human-shaped figures pop up in the corner of my eye. Whenever I'd try to look directly at them as usual, well, nothing was there. This goes on for about 5 minutes. My dad starts laughing and says, "You see them too, huh?" I thought he was trying to scare me, so instead of telling him what exactly I saw, I said, "See what?" He laughs again and says, "Those little green guys." This comment was one of the scariest things I've ever experienced to this day, and I never touched a Ouija again. That last piece of this story involves going outside with him so we could smoke, and our sort of black inside-outside cat hissed at us. Also hissed at the house and jumped off the van and ran off down the neighborhood. Didn't come back until the following afternoon. He also knew something was seriously wrong. People say Ouija is fake, but depending on who is using it, their openness and location, I think it opens areas that shouldn't be opened. It's been at least 30 years. That moment still sticks with me, and I've never considered that game again. Chair scraping in deceased uncle's apartment. My uncle passed away several months ago. We have an apartment building just for family. Every member has their own floor. My uncle had the top floor. We left everything how it was in his room, so he looked around and put everything back exactly how it was and how he wanted it in check a drawer. Especially because he was extremely organized, clothing folded perfectly and sorted. His quote-unquote son had no idea if it really was. Well, his girlfriend has a big piece of shit that forced him to... What? His son? No idea if it was as his girlfriend. Okay. Missing comma. I got this. His son, no idea if it really was, as his girlfriend was... Mistakes and ghosts. Oh, joy. His son, no idea if it really was, as his girlfriend was a big piece of shit who forced him to be with her, along with it being revealed that his son has hit him many times. We also know that he definitely didn't want to leave. He was under the thought that he would get better and soon be able to go home. But basically ever since, every couple of nights around 1 to 4 a.m. you'll hear chair scraping sounds from above. In the apartment right below his. He's got the top floor, like I said, and it would be a very distinct sound. Tried to reproduce it and found that only chairs that make that exact sounds were the ones from the table he'd always sit at. One time it was so loud a family member came to us angry thinking that we were making a ton of noise, just for the sound to start again upstairs. Pressing our ears against the door, we could indeed hear it was coming from inside his apartment. For at least 2 years, I heard a tapping noise on my window at night. I live in rural Alabama. My neighbors at the time all lived at least 400, maybe 500 yards away. They were all elderly. Some of them were my great uncles, so I have no reason to suspect it was them. When I was 15, I slept in a small room, and the head of my bed was adjacent to my window, basically a foot away from where my head was when I slept. Can't remember exactly when it started, but every night as I was trying to sleep, I would hear a slow, dull tapping on my window. I always kept the blinds closed, but I was always too scared to look out. It never seemed to last very long, and it went on for roughly 2 years to the point that I got desensitized to it. There were no bushes or trees near my window. It was high enough off the ground that you'd have to be at least 6 feet tall and stretching to reach it. As I said before, I got desensitized to it, and now it randomly pops back into my head and I realize how creepy it is. I used to tell my dad and grandpa, and honestly, I don't know if they ever believed me. I don't think they ever heard it. My dad attributed it to a local meth user, but that still seems like an odd thing to do when we had plenty of stuff to steal. Strange goat shadow monster. So this was back in 2017, late summer, when it gets dark around 8 o'clock. Me and my class was camping in the woods for some reason, don't really remember, but it was all getting ready to sleep and end the day. I was the last person to go through the woods too. I went to the toilets and ended up going on my own down a dark path where you can very easily get lost. As I was approaching the path through the woods, I look up over the tree line. I heard a sharp sound. I see a shadowy figure that looked almost goat-like. It had pointed horns that were completely straight and larger than the trees. They could change size. My only reason to believe that it was able to change size is because after freaking out at the first sight of it, I tried throwing a rock at it. That's when all of a sudden it shrunk and disappeared through the tree line. Ran back up to campsite where the teachers were, and I told them about it, and of course they didn't believe me. But I know what I saw, and I'm not somebody to fake things in my mind or lie about things that can hurt someone. I told them all it's dangerous, not to go back even during the day. I stayed clear of that path while the others didn't during the last 3 days of being there. And all the children my age all came back with some type of injury that they couldn't feel and didn't even know about. If anybody can give me some information as to what it may be, it would be greatly appreciated. The one thing I can think somewhat resembles it is Krampus, but it wasn't, I think. I encountered this in 2017 in the United Kingdom. It's in the area called Suffolk. And I've lived, well, from then on as if something is always behind me with bad intentions. But I've never seen whatever I feel. I still warn people this day that they shouldn't go towards forest paths. Hand under bed as a child. I'm now 20. I haven't experienced what I'm about to tell in a while. When I was 4 or 8 years old, I lived on the 3rd floor of a 4-story house. Before continuing, let me give you some background on the house and the apartment. When we first moved in, I remember there being a pentagram painted and burned into the floor of one of the rooms. However, my parents didn't think about it and ignored it. That seems difficult to do. We would experience multiple things in the house, such as toys turning on by themselves, or intense shaking of the house, or random knocking on doors, footsteps above when no one lived there. And to me personally, I'd see shadows outside of my window. And by the way, there's no balcony or anything that's pretty high off the ground. But back to the main story. I remember sharing a room with my parents while growing up in this house. I vividly remember telling my parents that every time I'd put my hand under my bed, God, in quotes, would grab it. And something would grab it, would hold it pretty firmly. And looking back years later, I realized it might not have been God. I also made my cousin, who was my age at the time, do the same, in which he agreed that something would grab his hand. I can still remember the coldness of the hand and how firm it would grip. Still remember struggling to get out of the grip that I had on my hand. This happened to me on certain occasions because I truly believed that I had a connection with God underneath my bed. That's a positive way to look at that experience. The Dark Watchers of California. So I live in the forest, and to be more specific, in Santa Cruz Mountains. Not by choice. It's one of the cheaper places in the Bay Area. I'm careful because of this. I have a strict rule about talking about paranormal things that lets us daylight out. Like Wendy or other skinwalkers for various reasons. Mostly I don't want to call them to me. I know that they're around, but that's a different post. Last summer I was laying in bed half asleep when I felt someone looking at me. Figured it was one of my pets and looked over toward the laundry room. The doorway is off my room in sort of a hallway that used to be outside the house and is now part of the smaller, sort of an extension. That was what my landlord added before I even moved in. You can see into the dark room without much effort. After a few seconds of looking at the dark, I noticed the classic shape of one of the Dark Watchers. It was just standing inside the doorway. He didn't have the red eyes, and for some reason, I wasn't alarmed enough to, wake my sleeping boyfriend next to me. There was just this sense of, oh, okay. I went back to sleep. A few days later, I told my boyfriend, and he looked it up. This article, they aren't malicious as long as I'm not trying to hurt the land, which I'm not. Just kind of creepy and thought I should share. Went away sometime last winter. That was when I quit a very stressful job I had at a local restaurant. Only very occasionally see it now. Nothing in the past few months. creepy Ryokan experience. We just left Hakone after having the best time. I can't shake off the paranormal experience I had on a Ryokan onsen. That's where we were staying for 2 days. My husband and I are in Japan for 2 weeks to celebrate our second wedding anniversary. We thought an onsen experience would be a nice treat, so we booked a Japanese-style villa with a private onsen. Our villa was quite far from the Ryokan entrance. We always had to walk a few extra minutes to get back and forth. The staff informed us that the Ryokan is 140 years old, so beautiful and looked straight out of Spirited Away, which was perfect since we're both Ghibli fans. On our last night there around 12:30 to midnight, just as I was about to sleep, I heard a loud bang on the wall. I couldn't tell where it was coming from, but it seemed close to the main door. At first, I thought it might be somebody knocking, but I didn't want to check because I was scared and a bit of a coward. Figured it was too late for any of the staff to be bothering us. So I tried to ignore it and kept scrolling on my phone. But then there was another loud bang. This time I couldn't determine where it was, like the wall or the ceiling or what. I looked to see if my husband had heard it, but he too was sound asleep. I started getting really scared thinking of all the Japanese horror movies I'd watched as a kid, like The Ring and The Grudge. I tried to push these thoughts aside and go back to sleep, but I kept waking up as if somebody was trying to wake me. It was honestly one of the scariest experiences I've ever had. Little Ghost Boy. This was back in 2010-2011. It was only my 10-year-old brother home. I was playing most fun games in our dining room, computer room, and drinking pop out of my mom's vintage Coke glass. I accidentally dropped it and broke it. My mom was prone to exploding. My brother suggested that we clean up the house and maybe she won't be as mad. I agreed because I definitely would be getting all of her anger from the day, and I told him to go grab and clean up a small bathroom while I tackled the dining room where I broke the glass. Now, to understand the layout, if you walk in the front door, you're in the dining room. Front door to your left and the computer and dining area to your right. In front of you is the kitchen, and through the kitchen to your left is our bathroom. The stairs that lead to the second floor is in the front room right around the corner. As I was cleaning up the glass, I heard running from the kitchen. It ran right by me, and when I looked, I saw my brother run up the stairs. I heard the footsteps all the way up, and I seen him run by me and around the corner. I yelled up and said, "Dustin, what are you doing?" "Thought you said that we should clean." My brother popped his head out from the bathroom and said, "I'm cleaning." My heart dropped because I know for a fact no one else was home. I asked him if he heard the footsteps going upstairs, and he said, "Yeah, I thought it was you." I told him that I had in fact not went upstairs. Hadn't even left the dining room. We carefully went up the stairs, and I brought a kitchen knife with me. We searched all 3 rooms, and the closets, and everything. Nobody was up there. What I thought was my brother was not my brother. It wasn't even a real person. I know what I saw. That was a little boy running around the corner and up the stairs. I died in a dream and went to an afterlife for a month. Now this takes place sophomore year of college. I almost died after sepsis from an incident after appendicitis surgery. I was in the hospital for a total of 9 days fighting a fever and on some very strong pain meds. This is the second of 3 dreams I've died and gone to an afterlife, and this is one of the best of them. So first in the dream I was running a 5K, which ended just past some train tracks. As I was about to make my best time, I saw the train coming, wanted to make it, so I did this stupid thing and tried to beat it. Spoiler alert, I did not. I saw myself start to get pulled under the train, and as that happened, I slowly transitioned from first person to like a third person. The scene zoomed out, and as I did, the scene started to reverse, and I saw my life rewinding. Before I could process what was happening, I realized I was sitting in a movie theater with my life moving backwards on the screen. I didn't have a second to react before I heard a voice from behind me say, "Hey, welcome! Come with me while the story uploads." I don't know what compelled me, but I walked to the back of the theater to this man. When I approached, he was an average black man with short hair and a handlebar mustache. He had a nice emerald suit on. He introduced himself as Waylon, and he was my welcome party. As we left the theater, we entered a 3-story house. He explained on the first floor there was a kitchen with a fridge that when you opened the door it produced exactly what you craved. In the living room was a couch and a TV with all the current media available so you didn't have to miss out after death. I noticed a blue and black box which seemed to be textured like a speaker in the kitchen, and when asked, he said, "We'll get to that later." The second floor is a room full of all types of alcohol and substances to partake in, as well as the top floor, an open vestibule with a bed which allowed you to sleep and lucid dream. After the house, he took me outside, told me about the neighborhood. Every week you got new neighbors, and Sundays there was an ice cream social to meet people. I then questioned him about the movie theater. He explained it was like a way to relive parts of your life, and if you went to somebody else's you could experience what they wanted to show you. It was awesome. I met a couple people I didn't even know, like JFK. The last thing to show was that the box was, I guess, in the kitchen. Or the last thing to show was a box in the kitchen. We walked in and he told me to turn the knob, think of a loved one. I thought of my dad and heard him giving a eulogy at my funeral. "It's closure to let you know it's all right without you." I broke down sobbing. Waylon stayed with me until I stopped. He hugged me and then took me to his theater. We lived his wedding day and it was amazing. I spent a month in this place experiencing tons of people's lives and meeting all types of people. I gained an entirely new perspective on human experience. Still remember a lot of it like they were my own memories. When I woke up in the hospital, I was confused. I asked the nurse, "I'm not dead?" She chuckled and said, "Not on my watch, sweetie." This was 7 years ago, and I still remember it so clearly. There's 2 other dreams I remember like this, but, where I died, and others were worse. This was the only quote-unquote good afterlife I visited. I like that one. Something in my house is trying to hurt me. Okay, so for context, I know my house is haunted. I've known since I was little, and I'm okay with sharing my house with them, since they never did anything to warrant my concern. There have been numerous times where I went outside at night and saw a man hanging on a tree in my backyard. It's the same tree every time I see him. I've also seen the Hat Man as well as other shadow figures. But a few days ago I was home alone. I saw out of the corner of my eye a shadow figure peeking his head into my room. Its hand gripped onto the side of my door frame. It had 3 lanky figures with canine-like claws on it. I looked up to see if I was just seeing shit, and I wasn't. It was still there, but when I looked up it quickly moved back. This morning after I got changed, I noticed my thigh felt weird. It was burning and it felt like I got a paper cut. I checked, and there were 3 faint but noticeable cuts on my leg. My mother always told me if I hear or see something in sequences of 3, it's a mock of the Holy Trinity. It's something demonic. There's no way those 3 cuts got on my upper thigh by any other means. It's not small enough to be my friend's guinea pig's nails. Not big enough to be my nails. I suspect a gecko. I think there are some things in my house. Maybe. I'll start by saying I moved out from my childhood home recently and my feed was showing me paranormal stuff. I came here to talk about a few experiences in my house that not only happened to me. The shadow, this happened when I was 15 or 16. I was in the dining room doing homework in the middle of the night. There's 2 doors that lead to the hallway where the rooms are, and normally only one of them is closed and the other's open. I wasn't paying any mind to it since it didn't bother me. But from the corner of my eye, I was seeing a slender silhouette coming from the hallway. None of my male family members had that body type. I turned to see, thinking maybe it was one of my uncle's friends. Well, there was no one. I went to bed soon after, a bit freaked. The light figure. This happened to my brother. He was 12 or 14. We shared a room, but each have our own side. He told me that he turned around and he saw a light figure at the border of the bed. In a position one can assume it's staring, but it was super quick. Moving stuff. And this time it was broad daylight. There's a cleaning lady that comes to our house. We talk to her a lot since she's basically my nanny when I was younger. We, being the nanny, brother, and me, were talking normally and all, and we're standing. No one was moving, but the things from the backboard, like from my bed to the side, we stared at each other and asked if maybe one of us moved the bed accidentally, but nope. Tapping and knocking. There had been various instances where there had been knocks or taps on windows and doors, both at night and day, also heard by nanny, brother, uncle, father, and me, helping me find a thing. This was while I was on an online class. The teacher had asked us to have some markers. I started searching because I knew that there was some piece of cardboard that was sitting on my mom's desk that fell out of nowhere. That thing had been there for more than 2 weeks, just sitting there. It was like in the process of falling. It threw a small plastic vase that had some things in it. It was a marker, and I was pleasantly surprised, hesitantly said, and thanked the air. Anybody who's still awake, let's all hesitantly thank the air. See ya. Ghosts are stealing my belongings. Does anybody know what I can do? I'm Indian, specifically a Punjabi Sikh. In my culture, some people believe in pitars. I don't think I'm spelling this correct, but basically it's a spirit that's related to you. And again, I'm not 100% positive. They're stuck on the earth. A lot of the times, they'll steal your belongings. I've been dealing with this for many years. The first time was my mom's money. She would keep cash in the house. She had about $7,000 go missing. It's only me and her living in the house, and this happened when I was a kid. After $3,000 of her money went missing, then 2 years ago she told me that her bank's safety deposit box to take out a necklace and she had jewelry and her parents got her for when she got married. What? When she went to the safety deposit box, the jewelry wasn't there anymore. So here's when it gets more weird. I was sitting on my couch one day and one of my hoop earrings went missing, searching all day for it. Eventually gave up, and then in front of me, there it was on the floor. You can say that I didn't see it there, but I'll tell another story. I also have a gold chain that my grandma on my dad's side gave to my mom when she got married, and then my mom gave it to me. I'll also add that she never liked me, and my mom and my parents also divorced. So I felt that chain wasn't on me, and I saw it on me just before because I sent my friend a snap. I look all around me, and it was nowhere to be seen. Went upstairs to tell my mom, and when I came back downstairs, it was laying on my sofa as if somebody put it there. So my aunt goes to India, goes to a psychic, and she said that this was somebody that was related to me, and it's a man taking my belongings. After for a few years, I didn't deal with anything. Just a month ago, I went to visit my family in London. I woke up one morning and one of my earrings were gone. Searched everywhere, and I mean everywhere for it. My family practically destroyed the hotel looking for it. We never found it. At night, I saw a shadow of a short person running. Didn't want to think much of it, but my mom told my aunt to go get the card lady, and she said that it was my grandma that took my earrings, and what freaked me out is that she was a short woman. That is scary. When I came back to my country, it got worse. First, I lost my favorite shirt. Then, my favorite fake ring went missing. After my favorite fake earring and bracelet went missing. And now today was my breaking point. Visited my family in India last year, and it was my birthday at the time. My aunt didn't have much money, so she bought me a gold bracelet as a gift, and that was my dream to own one. Today I went to go wear it. The bracelet was gone. It was the most awful feeling since it was such a meaningful gift. Tired of dealing with this. So if anybody knows if there's anything I can do to stop this from happening or somehow get my belongings back, it would be much appreciated. Farmhouse. So maybe 10 years ago when I was still a minor, my mother had a boyfriend. My mom has 3 kids. He has 3 kids. My mom and her boyfriend wanted to move in with each other, but they had to find a big enough place. As corny as this sounds, we found a little farmhouse in McMinnville, Tennessee. Still to this day I can remember how to get there so well. We all moved to this big white farmhouse, and behind the farmhouse was crops. So I remember pulling up thinking it was something like out of a movie because we'd never lived in the house before, and we'd always lived in trailers or stayed on people's couches. I remember how big the porch was for some reason. So, to this day when I meditate, I think about, which is so odd to me, but I remember when we moved in, we chose our rooms. Me and my sister chose the downstairs room. My mom and her boyfriend chose the downstairs room around the hall, and all 4 boys chose the 2 upstairs rooms when we moved in, and everybody's good, and we're just getting settled in like we're decorating, and I want to explore more of the house because it's a really big house. I remember always having a little odd feeling about this house. I also remember one of my first memories being there is thinking about, wow, this is a bunch of dead cats around this house. What? So me and my stepdad, we go upstairs to explore more of the house because there's more windows. There's more windows than there is room. So it didn't make much sense. Upstairs, there's 2 rooms. We go into the room and the walls and the floor, the ceiling, everything painted. But that's how we get to the attic. The attic was in that room. So we go up there, we found Ouija boards, we found all kinds of crazy stuff. Remember finding itty-bitty bones, and on the other room, other 2 boys were staying. Remember there being like this white plywood thing screwed into the wall, and I was like, you know, it doesn't match the rest of the wall, it doesn't make much sense. So we took it out and went in there, and it was a whole nother room. Like you have to be very careful when you walked in or you'd fall through, and there were nurses and bottles. Nurses? There were nurses and bottles of some type of liquid. We never opened them, and then crazy-looking dolls, and then in the cellar there's also nooses. Neuces. And then maybe a week later when everybody started seeing shadow figures, my mom described the one she saw as a tall, dark figure in the doorway. The doors would slam shut all the time, and things would be violently thrown across the room. But my biggest thing to the story, and what I'm still looking for help on, is my little sister, who's grown now. At the time, she was in elementary school. I remember I was having a sleepover with some of my friends, watching some cartoons on a VHS tape on my TV. All of a sudden, the TV goes static. I was like, what the heck? Then my sister, who's asleep, starts kicking the wall. Her bed was up against the wall. She starts kicking the wall, and then heard, head cutting the wall. That next morning she wakes up and she's like, wow, I'm really sore. And I was like, yeah, I had to tell you because you were kicking the wall. A few days after that, my sister starts getting sick, and my sister was never the type of kid to get sick. She couldn't walk, she couldn't talk, she couldn't feed herself, and everything took a turn for the worse. It was like the house turned into something pure evil. Lights would shut off, still doors slamming you would see playing this day. It was very, very scary. And then my mom wakes up at 3 a.m. and my sister's Vanderbilt, and my mom, if she would have waited one more day, that she would have died. They wouldn't have figured out what was wrong with her for the longest time. Okay, the stories today make no sense. She had walk pneumonia and something else. But I remember that she couldn't walk, she couldn't talk, she couldn't eat, she couldn't function, and ever since then she's had seizures, really weird seizures. But I remember I could come home from school one day and I told my mom that either we're moving out or I'm going to live with another family member. And that I was talking to my siblings with me, and we moved out that same day. Ever since then, I've always seen shadow figures out of the corners of my eyes. I always feel like an energy change in the room, and it scares me. so I don't know if I'm looking for advice or I just wanted to get that off my chest because it's something I've carried with me for years. Gotta organize that. Unexplainable sense of fear before seeing a spirit. When I was around 6, while staying at my grandmother's house, I'd been left alone in the living room. That was while she was taking a nap upstairs. I think I was messing around with some Lincoln logs, which I got this sudden sense of dread that I was being watched. Keep in mind, I was very often left alone in this room, and always comfortable with being alone anywhere in the house. I was really familiar with it. But for some reason in that moment, I just felt like something was very wrong. I remember looking all around the room and seeing nothing and hearing nothing. But that feeling of fear just kept growing and growing and ended up jumping into the couch in the corner of the room and hugging a pillow in an upright fetal position. After a minute or two, I started crying, still looking all around the room, yet still seeing nor hearing nothing. Go on for what felt like half an hour. It's when I saw a blurry blue silhouette that kind of resembled my grandma in the corner of my eye in the hallway leading to the kitchen, I'd be startled. It disappeared within milliseconds. For some reason, the feeling of fear would disappear just as quick. My grandma must have heard me cry a bit louder when I got startled because she came down to check on me. I told her what I saw and she started to cry herself, saying that it was her late mother trying to greet me. But if I'm honest, I don't think that's the case. I think it was just a greeting. And I think I was so irrationally scared before I saw her. Why did it leave so quick? I remember watching a video about a year ago from YouTuber Mr. Balin, where he narrates scary stories, and there was one about a plane crash and all the paranormal stories that came from it. One being where 2 stewardesses were in the same situation I was having, not seen a spirit, and it made me wonder if there was a name for this kind of experience. Confusion. Step into the unknown with Paranormal M. Hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications to stay updated with our latest perplexing stories. We hope you have a thought-provoking time. My one and only OBE. To start this off, I was young when this happened. Very young. But I can still remember it so vividly. My family and I used to live on the top half of a 2-apartment duplex. My dad was at work, Mom was asleep, as well as me and my 2 brothers. My eldest brother woke up to the smell of smoke, so he went and woke my mom. At first she blew it off and kept dismissing him, but once she began to actually slip into consciousness, she could smell the smoke very strongly, prompted her to get up. Turns out the apartment downstairs had caught fire. We needed to evacuate immediately. So my mom got to waking us. Everybody was in a panic, and this is when shit got weird. Before I go any further, I need to elaborate something for this to really make sense. This apartment was haunted. There's been many unexplained paranormal experiences happening, such as voices speaking in tongues, and saying things like my dad's name through a speaker that wasn't even plugged in, the microwave reading 666 when we started attending Sunday school. My best friend, or rather befriending, of a young girl who was very obviously dead. In hindsight, she was deathly pale, always covered in bruises, and all of us experiencing a nefarious male presence that radiated malice, to name some of the few examples. So my mom's standing at the front door. She's ushering us out and down the stairs. I was last in line and heading for the door when I heard my name whispered in one of the bedrooms. I turned and looked. I tried to look through the smoke. I could see the male presence beckoning me to come to him. This is when I left my body. Like I was hovering above myself and literally watching myself as I stretched my arms out in front of me and started robotically walking toward the room, which, mind you, was beginning to sort of sport flames at this point. Suddenly, my mom screamed my name. I snapped back into my body and was standing not even 10 feet from the burning room. I remember becoming hysterical and running to my mom, like I was beyond scared by whatever just happened. Never really knew how to explain it until my teen years. That's when I discovered OBEs, and I'm pretty certain that's what I experienced. Obviously, we moved after that. The duplex got rebuilt and then a few years later burned down again. Remained an empty lot after that. Now, I cannot confirm this, and I have no idea if it's actually true, but I was talking with my mom about this one day years after the fact. It was when I was much older. She said that she'd been told that a man used to live in that house before it was made into a duplex. He was not a good man by any means. This man had a daughter and he was allegedly very abusive towards her. Apparently, the man had ended up killing his daughter and then subsequently took his own life. Same voice whispering names. When I was younger, I used to hear a woman's voice, not only shout whispering my name, but my brother's names as well. More so theirs than mine. One instance, I was with my brother E. We were looking through our VHS collection to find something to watch. That's when I heard the woman whisper his name. He didn't seem to hear it. Another time I was walking down the hall at school. Class was going, so nobody else was around. I heard that same voice whisper my name. I turned around to see if it was a friend or somebody I knew, but nobody was there. The freakiest instant, I'd stayed home from school one day I had a cold. I was lounging in my mom's bed reading a Goosebumps book. Across the room on a tall dresser, she had one of those touch lamps that would get brighter with each touch, and after the third tap it would turn off. Out of nowhere, the lamp just turns on by itself. I look up at it and I stare at it for a minute when it happens again and the light gets brighter. Then it happens again and again until it goes off. I keep staring at it for a minute or so, and when nothing else happens, I go back to reading my book. Then it'll happen again, going through each level of brightness until it turns off again. Right after it turned off, it sounded like, and I shit you not, somebody crawling across the floor on the other side of the bed, and then that same female voice harshly whispers my brother's name. I immediately jumped up, launched myself off the bed and onto the door before running to the living room and putting on SpongeBob to help calm my nerves. It hasn't happened in years, though, but it used to happen a lot. That last incident, however, that genuinely spooked me so much that it's literally burned into my mind. I'll never forget the sheer panic I felt when I heard something crawling across the damn floor. Anybody experience anything similar? Ask Reddit. One day, my girlfriend and brother and I were on our way to a dog shelter in a rural area. We wanted to go play and interact with their rescues and drop off some donations. So we get kind of lost and start down a dirt road leading to the woods. We don't know the area at all. It's midday, so the sun's out and there's no people around, so the drive is, pretty. We're just joking and laughing and enjoying the scenery. As we round a bend in the road, we see an old house with unkept lawn and some broken cars out front, but no obvious signs of people living there. We're still in a good mood and making jokes about the hills of eyes. That's the sort of vibe the house is giving off. But we decide it's best to turn around, and the shelter's clearly not on this road. We follow the road another 10 meters or so to get a clearing behind the house so I can turn around. As we drive past the backyard, we can see the whole yard is full of mannequins. Old, sun-damaged mannequins in all shapes and sizes. Some with clothing, but most just naked and broken. I can't describe how incredibly unsettling this was. There had to be over 50 of them, some without heads, some with only partial heads, and most of them had limbs missing. Some were propped up in kind of strange but very specific positions that had to have been done by somebody deliberately. Some of them were just laying about like they were clearly dropped there ages ago and never touched again. Just a whole yard full of disfigured mannequins in the middle of the woods. Everybody in the car went dead quiet right away. All the joking stopped immediately. I locked the doors and rolled up the windows and started to turn the car around. I told my brother to keep an eye out for the house and my girlfriend to keep an eye on the woods, just to make sure no one was near. Just as I turned around, my brother says, "Someone's looking at us through the curtains." I think that was the most single frightening moment of my life. As we passed the house, the door opened and a middle-aged lady comes out and starts walking towards us. She walked right up to the road, and as we approached her with the car, she seemed quite friendly. She gestured for us to stop and roll down her windows, which I actually did. Turns out a lot of people just get lost, and they're looking for the animal shelter like I was. And she was very politely giving us directions. We thanked her and followed her directions, which turned out to be correct. She's just a lady who lives in the woods and collects mannequins. Scared us shitless, though, and I still get the creeps when I walk into that store with dolls. My family home in the UK is old, and many accounts of supernatural experiences. My family home is called the Jolly Anglers. We moved in when I was 1 year old in 1978, and parts of it goes back to medieval times as a wayside hovel. Still has the original Ingle Nook fireplace. It was in a public house, or rather it was a public house or a guest house for many years before we moved in. I'll add a picture of it. So, the earliest record of it that I've managed to find is in 1841. It's from the census. That's when William Rivet is the innkeeper. It was acquired by Stewart and Pattison from Ferrier and Company. That was in 1884, and was still an S&P brewery pub when it served its final pint in 1952. At some point between 1901 and 1911, the Angel changed its name to the Jolly Anglers, possibly coinciding with a change in landlord. We think the poet Jesse Pope, who moved to Fritton Village after he married in 1929, maybe referenced it in her collection of verses, entitled Three Jolly Anglers, published in 1913. In the 1900s, they also added on a tea room. Over the years, my mom could have and should have written a book about the paranormal happenings at the house that many of us experienced, and have had 3 different paranormal investigating teams visit this house. I'll take and upload pictures of historical features when I'm over there tomorrow. Dad built an indoor pool. That was in 1988. Found many seashells deep down when it used to be linked by the sea. Had a small jetty and boats used to moor up to visit it. It's now in the middle of the countryside, and over the years waters receded over a mile away in the distance, but many years ago the sea linked into the lake nearby, and in medieval times was largely dug and then it would extract peat for burning. The village where the house resides seems to have been known to our Roman heritage, for in a small hillock lying about half a mile north of the lake near to our house, people always want to hear the paranormal side of my parents' house, which was part medieval wayside hovel, then inn, and then a pub after that, Norfolk, UK. So I've written some of the strange things that have happened at my parents' house, the Jolly Anglers. Where do I start? Well, we moved into the house in 1978, and in the first 6 months, Mom was in tears and wanted to leave again as she was scared to death of all the strange happenings. Dad was working way offshore at the time, and they'd used all their money to buy the old house, so they knew they couldn't just up and leave. Dad wasn't one for giving in, but he also wasn't one for living it daily. Half the time, it was just my mom, and I was a 9-month-old, and my older siblings were 15 and 17. Now, they say teenage energy can cause spirits to be active in houses, and it affects them. So maybe that could have been why they all saw a lot when I was a baby in the house. But one night, Mom was in bed, and I was in the cot in the same room, and she woke up and heard rustling coming from the staircase. The staircase is open and goes straight into their bedroom. She then, in the dim light, saw a black shadow floating up the stairs and move very slowly to my cot. She was in shock and couldn't move for a while and watched it float across the room. As the figure leaned into my cot, Mom was petrified, put the side light on in a panic. The shadow just disappeared. She said the noise sounded like crinoline dresses, how the material rustled as like somebody walked along, maybe in like the Victorian area. Another time, my parents also, whilst in bed, heard an old honky-type piano play downstairs and cigar smoke and voices several times in the first 6 months of living there. And note, Dad always went down to investigate with his double-barrel shotgun, but everything went silent whenever he opened the door at the bottom of the stairs. They lived with daily bangs, strange voices, knocking, and footsteps. This was all throughout their lives. And also others, like myself and my siblings, have heard these. This is on a pretty regular basis. My brother and a friend of his, whilst in the lounge one evening, saw the start of what looked like a red woman's dress coming down one set of stairs in the old area which was originally the pub. The pub area is my parents' best lounge, and it was once 2 rooms, but my dad knocked them both into one big one. When it was the pub, it was like a smoking room and the other was like a bar room, which still has a bar in it, but not the original one. My father purchased it from an old retired landlord of a demolished pub in Great Yarmouth. This room has a staircase. Each end one staircase goes into my parents' bedroom. The other staircase, the opposite end, goes up into a small hall, and off of that are 2 bedrooms. One was my brother's, the other was my sister's. But I slept in there with her frequently. My parents built a small bedroom downstairs, which was a section of the larger bathroom, which, well, decades before it was called the parlor room, not the bathroom. We do know from history records that one of the landlord's children many years ago died in the house of tuberculosis, a young girl, about 8 years old. My aunt used to sleep in the old small bedroom when she was visiting us, and one evening was petrified when she saw what looked like flickering candles moving out of the doorframe. On another occasion, she heard breathing, which sounded raspy, and a female crying. She ended up sleeping in my brother's room and refused to stay in my little bedroom after the 2 events. Tins in the kitchen have flown out of the cupboards, dented the radiator. Pictures have flown off the walls and also somehow landed on other ends of the room, not just dropped downwards. Small dancing white lights have been witnessed by several people in different areas of the house. Also seen by the paranormal research team. All teams have picked up things and seen things, even been poked by an entity. Psychic mediums have come to the house and said that there are many spirits, including a woman who had several children, drowned herself. One young man with a clubfoot who lived at the pub, and in those days would have been called an imbecile, who owned a black dog and haunts the house too. My mom later investigated documents to this claim, and she saw in the 1899 census that, in fact, a man classed as an imbecile was residing at the residence. Now, before the psychic talked about the woman when I was a little girl about 3, my parents tell me I had an invisible friend. Apparently she was a lady in a red dress, so I said, and she used to push me on the swing outside. I used to talk to her and she'd play with me and my toys a lot. I said she was a nice lady that liked children, but years later a neighbor from the village was at one of our parties, talking about the history of her family. Apparently they had lived in our village for many years, and she had been doing some family research and had recently found out that her great-grandmother had been pulled out of the lake which is near our house. She apparently had drowned herself because twins were prevalent in her family. She had 2 sets and was pregnant again. Her husband had recently died and she couldn't take it anymore. She was very poor and, well, they took the body from the river and they didn't have a funeral home in those days. So they always laid the bodies out in a cold place, which is normally the local pub cellar, where in fact she was laid out to be buried in our local pub cellar and held in the post-mortem there too. She had documents, which, funnily enough, was my playroom as a child in the freezer storage area. Now, no one knows if she died wearing a red dress, but it was, well, apparently she loved children by the psychic, so everybody thinks that, well, that's the lady in the red dress that was my invisible friend as a child. There was an incident once where a family friend's child was over with his mom and his 3-year-old. They go and open doors and they investigate. Fortunately, he opened the cellar door, fell to the bottom. Now, there are big concrete steps to the bottom of the cellar. My father saw him enter the cellar, but didn't see him fall. But when he rushed in, just to see if he could see him, he saw him standing at the bottom of the steps, not even crying. They all checked him over and said, "Are you okay?" He said, "The lady got me." Pointed to an area in the cellar. Apparently gave everybody their goosebumps. Another occasion at the party was there's a non-believer there who was joking about ghosts and what people had seen. Said to the group of people that it's a load of old nonsense. The moment he said that, the old heavy wooden front door creaked open. No one was there behind it. Apparently he went very pale and flustered. Many people witnessed that. Also, people have seen figures in the corner of their eye or movement for years. We all got used to the footsteps, taps, and bumps as it was an old house and it had a lot of people walk through it. It ended up just being a thing you got used to. Mom didn't leave after 6 months. Dad convinced her to stick it out and things did calm down, but never completely stopped. When my grandmother died, my father saw her sitting at the end of the bed looking at her daughter. When I was very ill as a child in bed, I saw a man in a black suit, which I thought was the doctor. Started talking to him, asking where my mom was, and he disappeared. One of my nieces has seen a lady sitting in an old velvet chair in one of the bedrooms. My other grandmother, when she stayed over once, heard what sounded like rings being dropped into the sink, as all the bedrooms have a sink in it. It used to be a guest house. As a teenager, I moved from my sister's old room into my brother's old room at the back of the house, and one night I woke to see a very tall man in a black cape. We have no streetlights in the village, and I never shut my curtains as, we're not overlooked. So the moonlight was coming through my window. He must have been 6'5". His head nearly reached the ceiling. I could see in the light he had fair hair which was slicked back and parted at one side, but he didn't move. It was like a picture in a picture book. I couldn't help but be quite mesmerized for a few seconds on how clear it was. But I lost that feeling, suddenly jumped up and ran out of the room. Didn't even bother putting a light on. I just woke my parents up, burst into tears, and really shook me up. After that event, I even changed the layout of my room so I wouldn't wake up in that position again. Another time I woke up and I heard loud footsteps going around the bed. But strangely, the footsteps were like heavy boots, and they were at like my ear level, not on the ground. To this day, I still find that very strange. They sounded amplified, too. Like another time, a man with straggly long hair poked his head out from one of the sloped ceilings of my room. Each time, I'd shoot out of the room and sleep in the other bed for a few days before I felt safe enough to go back and sleep. Me and my husband and our 2-year-old daughter left at 4 a.m. once. We did this after a family wedding because my daughter was crying. My husband picked her up out of the cot bed and she pointed to a corner near the stairs and said, "Man there." She has autism and her speech was delayed at that age, but she was physically scared of something that would, she didn't settle there, which was very unusual for her. It scared my husband, so we said, "We're going home now." When we got to our home, she slept peacefully. I believe the spirit was being a nuisance to her. One of my mom's best friends was spiritual, told me that I had a gift, and that I saw spirits. Something I never really wanted, and it scared me every time, even in my own house, grown with a daughter. I have a husband too, and, I'm pretty, I guess you could just say I'm scared that my own people that I see. Every time I see them, I think it's an intruder before ever thinking it's a spirit, and I always go into the, fight, not flight part. I run at them, and I always end up running into my bedroom door. My dad has been dead 15 years, and when he died at home in bed, and the house was very active again for a while. But my father built a lot of new parts of the house with his own hands, so we all knew he would have put a lot of energy there when he passed. Mom now on her own at the house. She'll be 80 in 2022. She now has limited mobility, but she's very stubborn and has no intention of leaving. It's far too big for her to cope with, but she has a gardener and a cleaner, and I help with a lot of shopping. She says when she leaves this house, it will be in a coffin. My daughter's 11. She stays with her nan every Friday night. It's her routine. And Mom loves having her, and she stays a few days a week when it's summer holidays and school holidays, and she loves the house. But I feel that she is spiritual too. She can sense things, but it doesn't bother her to sleep on her own in my sister's old room next to my mom's, and well, till about a year ago, she told my mother that she had seen her granddad in my mother's room where she slept on occasions. She asked her questions like, what does she like to do? And after that, she now sleeps downstairs, which is now where my mother sleeps also, now due to the mobility. Well, that's some of the stories anyways. There's many more, but these are the ones I can remember off the top of my head. Other experiences. A friend saw a bearded gentleman's face reflected as she passed by a mirror. Mom saw a grotesque male face in gray, similar to what Satan may look like for a split second in her own reflection. It was in the mirror in the bedroom hallway. I heard my music box drawer just click open and the music started playing when I was trying to go to sleep one night as a child. I removed it from my room after that, and my mother also had heard that too. I had China dolls in my room when I was a young teen, and once one of their arms flopped down, got my dad to remove them. They're still in the hallway on a shelf. One night, Mom felt really hot trying to sleep. She felt the heating was on too high, so went to turn the heating down, and the thermostat was in the lounge downstairs. As she went to the thermostat, she suddenly saw the door to the lounge opening. All were asleep upstairs, and she said she ran up so fast up the stairs that she ran out to the top of the nightdress and ripped it. She was shouting when she ran upstairs to my sister to grab me out of the cot and get into my brother's bedroom, and they barricaded the door with his wardrobe and didn't sleep at all that night. That was till morning when they all investigated together. Apparently, my brother complained and said that it's roasting hot up here, and she replied with, "You'll have to bloody sweat as I'm not going down till morning." Going up to bed one night, she's turning off all the lights in the lounge. She had a gold latch that she used to flip down to secure the door in the lounge to the rest of the house. One night after she had done, she had walked to the stairs and she suddenly heard the latch flip up, and the door slowly opened. Another scarper up the stairs, perhaps scamper, locked the door behind her and put covers over her face. All the bedrooms have either key locks or bolts on the inside of every bedroom, due to, travelers visiting the pub years ago to rent a room for the night if they wanted to as guests. Mom very much appreciated the locks and bolts, as she did think it was mostly intruders to start with. It's funny when you look back on it all and you think to yourself, spirits can get through locked doors and bolted doors, but at the time it makes you feel really safe and secure that they'll stay behind a locked door, and funny enough, most of the time they did. Many times, my dad was armed with his shotgun, quietly sneaking around the house after hearing bangs and bumps and knocks. It's a big house with many steps, levels, and twists and turns, so it could take him a while to do a sweep search of the house. Mom said she was always so relieved when he came back up to bed and said, "No one's broke in." But they both were always equally perplexed on what the noise was when they heard it in the first place. Paranormal investigators, along with Mom and her teenage grandson, witnessed all the glasses in the bar, which are stored upside down, start to all clink together several times. Years later, they went from a latch lock in the lounge area to a battery-operated alarm door lock, so if it's switched on and a door opens, an alarm sounds. And she set this up religiously. In the middle of the night, she heard the smoke alarm go off. When she went down, half asleep and groggy, to investigate, she couldn't smell any smoke. So she got a stool and checked the smoke alarm, and in her groggy sleep state, she suddenly realized the noise was coming from the door which had been opened. She hastily shut the door and used deadbolt and ran upstairs. Mom was hiding behind the bar one morning after a family party that we had the night before. That's when she felt something or somebody grab her shoulder. There was no one there. There was a small American Indian doll high up on the bar, and it's still there. One day my parents noticed I was playing with it as a toddler. They say there was no way possible that I would have been able to get that myself, and they said, "How'd you get that from down there?" I apparently said, "The lady gave it to me." So many to recall, but these are some throughout the 46 years of my life. And here's one more to add. Many lights started to flicker for over a month after his death, like touch lamps especially. Also, the solar lights outside the back door used to go off and on, and we sat and watched them several times. Spoke to my dad, sure that he was trying to communicate with us. Many lights started to flicker for over a month after his death. Also, the solar lights outside the back door used to go off and on, and we sat and watched them several times and spoke to Dad. Tall, dark figure in the woods. I'm new to this stuff, and I'm not too interested in going too deep into it. Not expecting anybody to believe me, but I wanted some answers or theories on what I saw. So a few weeks ago, I was cruising down some back roads with a friend. That's when he decided to take a small road off the main one. It was one lane and covered by trees, and about half a mile down the road, we started getting cold chills and feeling uneasy. We got to the end, which was a bridge and a driveway barely wide enough for my Jeep, and looked like it was about to fall into the creek. Decided to go back up into a turnaround spot and get out there, when I got the feeling to turn around and look back again. It's about 20 feet away. 7-footish skinny figure that looked like somebody threw a dark black blanket over themselves, moving slowly and smoothly toward my friend's side of the Jeep. Whatever it was got pelted with gravel, and we almost crashed a few times while I was going 85 down the road. Once we got back on the main road, my friend realized that we were crossing the bridge on the main road where somebody offed their head a few days ago. What really messes me up is that he didn't see it, and it was going towards him. Anyway, if anybody could tell me what y'all think, it'd be appreciated. Can't sleep because of this. It's been some time since I have experienced unexplainable events. Today it happened, something I never experienced before. My partner was gone for work already, and because of the quarantine rules in our country as of right now, I'm at home, and after a few hours I decide to sleep for a while on the couch. Please take the time to finish reading the story, because I never experienced sleep paralysis, and this wasn't like the stories I've read. What happened was the following. I was inside this dream, having a vacation. I actually was fully into the dream, and I suddenly woke up. I heard these noises coming from the couch. That's why I was completely awake without opening my eyes just yet. You know that feeling where you just wake up and keep your eyes closed for a bit? Well, the first thing I thought clear as day when I heard those noises was, this isn't my partner, which motivated me to keep my eyes closed and listen. As if I could open them at any time, I was fully aware. It was really strange. It sounded like somebody was lying on or sitting on the couch with me. It was an L-shaped couch. Had just enough room for 2 people to lay on it. It was like how my partner would sound, like turning around, breathing, and making, living noises. A lot of things went through my mind. I couldn't have slept for that long because I have a good night rest and my partner definitely left for work. He isn't home and I was certainly supposed to be alone. Burglar went through my mind next. Really sounded like somebody was in the room with me for sure. Tried to wake me up. Heard it standing up after a while, and I heard it come closer to me. This was the creepiest of all, which made me realize this wasn't a burglar at all. I guess I was awake for 30 seconds already, listening to these noises, being frighteningly close beside me. It then imitated my partner's voice as if it was my partner. Tried to trick me or something. Really close to my face, it said, "Hey babe," it scared me to death. Because of this isn't my partner thoughts. I had these straight away when I woke up and I kept my eyes closed. It sounded like him exactly, like a super romantic version of him trying to wake me. Really, this felt more than creepy. Like I felt a kiss on my head and I only think I'm not falling for this. I don't fall for this. Don't open your eyes, it's not him, it's not real, and within a second it sat on top of me. Felt like the weight of it, like a really large human. I was really scared because then I knew 1000% for sure this couldn't be my partner. He wouldn't sit on top of me like that. The way it moved from beside the couch on top of me was unnatural and too fast. Tried to stay calm and tried to move a part of my arm to test out if I still could. I couldn't move a thing, which does suggest sleep paralysis. This is the only thing that sounded the same to me, and believe me, I tested moving myself before I laid down and I couldn't always move myself. When the weight started to get heavier and heavier to the point that I lost my breathing completely, I finally dared open my eyes, confronting whatever it was. And yep, nobody was there. My partner came home 4 hours later. I thought that one night or day my partner will wake me up and it just isn't him at all, and I might fall for this and open my eyes. It scares me to death right now. The imagination of what this could have been or could have looked like. Yeah, I can't sleep because of this. My imaginary friend tried to kill me. When I, a 27-year-old trans man, was little, between 2.5 and 5 years, I had an imaginary friend, Amy. Many kids have imaginary friends, so the more I've learned about Amy, the more I worry about what it could have been, or if my imagination was just different from other kids. The only memory I have of her is a dream that I remember pretty vividly. I remember racing around the town I lived in to go to different hospitals because Amy was having surgery. I don't know what the surgery was, but I remember feeling a deep sense of dread if I didn't make it to the hospital. I remember calling her on my jelly bean-filled playphone to find out what hospital to go to, hearing her voice and everything. As soon as my dad and I got to a hospital, she would tell me, no, not that one. You need to go to this one. She would direct me to another hospital on the other side of town. And this happened 3 times in the dream. When we got to the last hospital in town, I remember her telling me that I was at the wrong hospital again. I remember her saying, "You're so useless. Couldn't even be here for the surgery when you know you were needed for it." I have no idea why I was needed. This is the only memory I have of Amy. Completely forgotten about her for the longest time until my mom brought her up one day. When I was 14, my family had just moved into a house at the pool, and when my sister and I were picking our rooms. I wanted one that overlooked the pool and backyard. My mom gave me a concerned look for a moment and asked what was wrong. She asked me if I remembered Amy. I looked at her confused, saying that I didn't. She told me that when I was little, my imaginary friend Amy wanted to go swim in the deep end of the pool when I was younger, before he knew how to swim. She wanted me to go play in the room, and the room I wanted not only overlooked the pool, but because it was only partially over the garage, it had a roof access. You had to just pop off the screen. When she told me this, I remembered the dream, and I remembered the person I was on the phone with, and it was Amy. Fast forward about 8 years, and I was drinking with my older sister and playing Truth or Dare. My sister asked me truth or dare, and since I didn't want to take a shot of vinegar, I said truth. She asked me, "Did Amy really make you ask me to kill you?" I was shocked. I looked at her completely confused and asked her to repeat the question to make sure I heard it right. Told her I had absolutely no memory of this, or Amy aside from the one dream. A few days later, I asked her if I actually asked her to kill me when I was younger, and she told me yes. Told her Amy wanted me to ask her to kill me multiple times. I know that there were multiple times in my young years between 2.5 and 5 years old when I almost drowned due to either going into a deep end when I couldn't swim or simply walking to the pool and sitting on the bottom. So confused about what this could have been, or if it was just my imagination. What is this in my apartment? This started when I was still living with my parents. It's 2015, 2016. It was around 3 a.m. I don't remember the exact time, but it was between 3 and 3:30. Out of nowhere, there were these 3 knocks. Sounded like the noise was coming from underneath my couch storage. Let's call it that. This happened a few times. I had a cat at that time, but she wasn't in the room. Wouldn't have been able to knock so synchronously. Synchronistically, I want to say. This went on for a while. Sometimes it happened more often, sometimes less, but always around the same time, 3:30. Eventually it stopped altogether as far as I can remember. That was in 2022-23. When I moved out in 2023, I started searching for things in my apartment that had been missing to this day, like my new belly button piercings that I'd ordered. Strangely, I put one in before the others disappeared. My body rejected it directly. Eventually, I got used to things disappearing without a trace. My boyfriend then moved in with me, and I made jokes that I had a house ghost named Henry. Found objects in completely different places, and cabinets or doors were open when I was sure I'd closed them, or I wasn't even in the room. And suddenly the door was open. It couldn't be my cat because I was taking her with me. She always was with me in the room at the time. It was just my boyfriend. Once we were both sitting on the couch, I placed a glass on the table and we left the room with the cat, came back, and the glass was on the other side where it couldn't have been reached. About a month ago, I was home alone, lying in bed, and again I heard 3 knocks under the bed. At first, we accepted it and thought it was what it was, because nothing worse happened. But for a few weeks now, we've had a sewing kit on the balcony. My boyfriend sewed something, and it's been out on the small table in the corner since then. The needle was on the table, and it was not possible for the needle to move off of the table because it had a raised edge. So nothing can simply fall off. But a few times the needle was in the front of our chair, which is about half a meter diagonally across from the table. We kept putting the needle back onto the table, and still it would end up there. Today, my boyfriend told me that the needle was upright on the chair. It was stuck at an angle where the backrest and the seat are connected. He saw it, put it back, and I'm really starting to get scared. We both believe in such things and are both sure that it's not normal. My boyfriend's not messing with me because he would often do this during the instance. I hope somebody can help me. I don't even know how to explain this. Like an hour and a half ago, 9:30 p.m. for me, I left my dorm room on the 10th floor and went down to the 8th floor to mark my attendance, signed the attendance sheet, and then returned to my room to work on my homework. However, 1 hour later, the warden informed me that I hadn't signed the attendance sheet. I was so confused. Went downstairs again to check, and indeed my attendance was not marked. I looked at the names above and below mine to verify I hadn't mistakenly signed in their spaces either, as there were no overwrite pen marks. I clearly remember going downstairs to sign the attendance sheet. I now have a penalty. And to prove I left my room, I even have a video recording I took of the view from our floor just outside my room. Plus, my roommates also saw me leave the room, and I'm so freaked out right now. Has anyone experienced this? I was serving tables in 2014, grave shift. The restaurant was on, quote-unquote, the boats, otherwise known as the casino. So this is a one-way in, one-way out situation. The only other door is a service door that waitstaff uses to go to the bathroom in the parking garage. That's because we aren't supposed to use the same one as the casino patrons. We have to go through the kitchen to get there, and he would have to pass me. Open the kitchen, I can always see the door and who's entering and leaving unless my back's turned. Beautiful man appears at the booth. Place is dead. Empty, maybe 3 or 4 a.m. Walk up thinking he slipped in and I wasn't looking, and I apologized if he had to wait. He tells me to sit. So I sit with him and entertain him a bit, but like I said, this man was beautiful. He then asks me about my spirituality and then tells me to take a piece of paper and write the 3 things I want most out of life. I don't want to say what I wrote because I'm superstitious, but he watches quietly smiling. I ask him if he's ready to order. He tells me he needs more time, but he would love a water. As I started to walk away, he asked me to read my now folded paper. I say sure and laugh because I often have deep conversations with strangers. And he's been pretty flirty, so I figure it's some type of pickup line. Mind you, he told me to really think about it. But when I wrote it, he says, "Are you sure that's it? No money?" Mind you, this man doesn't know what I wrote yet. I didn't write anything to do with money, only mental and emotional things. I turn the corner to the kitchen facing the one door. I pour his water still facing the door from the soda fountain. I'd be able to see him walk out with my peripheral. I walk fast back to the booth past that door, and no one's sitting in the booth. My paper's gone. Still baffles me. Who or what was that? In your opinion, there's no way he snuck past me. So, no malevolence, if anything. At first, I was upset because I wanted to get his number, because I felt like he was into me, and then I realized he literally disappeared and got genuinely freaked the fuck out. But also happy and smiley knowing that he wasn't human. Now, writing this sounds like some crazy stuff Odin would do, but he had both of his eyes. For the longest time, I thought maybe an angel, but I don't know if I even believe that anymore because I believe in spirit guides. Would they be able to manifest themselves into a human body? Alone in forest camping. I quite often camp alone in forests. Never been scared of it, but last time I was there, it was kind of really weird. Previous visits on that forest, there were other campers, but this time went Monday evening, so no one else was there. Soon as sun fully went down at around 1 a.m. Sun went down around 1 a.m. Oh, never mind. Soon as sun fully went down, around 1 a.m. and it was pitch black, I heard some branches cracking, but I ignored it totally. Like an hour later, I heard literal footsteps, so I went to look out everywhere with my flashlight, didn't see anything. So I went back to my campfire, ignored it again, and I just put some music louder to ignore the forest sounds. But sounds kept happening around 3 a.m., and it got weirder because I could hear branches cracking, like someone was walking out there. Not like an animal would move, or, well, if it was an animal, I would have seen it. It was on the right side, and then I turned there, and they came from the left of me. I looked there, nothing again. From the position next, the sound left me again. That's when it kind of got a little bit spooky, because I was hoping to find another human or traveler making those noises. There was nobody even close to me. Well, as a Finnish person, I kind of told him in my language. Oh boy, I cannot speak Finnish. Oh God. Oh God. Oh my God, I can't do it. Perkele Joset tuota oksien naksua tuolla lopetanina pas. I can't do it. Which is kind of funny when I think it translates to, "Devil, if you won't stop that branch is cracking, I'm going to grab you from the nape." But Perkele or Perkela, I don't know how to do it. It's common, used in curse words anyways here. After that sounds calmed down in some way, some minor sounds that could have been normal mouses. After that, my mind could explain as animals, but I still stayed up until sun rays up again, and it was totally silence. Whew. Actually, with some sunshine, because sounds never fully stop during dark time. But yeah, I don't get scared easily. I go on graveyard alone at 6 a.m. just to hear the same type of footsteps from the past lives. And I think I get along with somewhat. What? But again, I've been camping every year, and I do camp a lot, and this is literally the first time I heard noises that didn't come from animals either. I've been camping before in that literal same spot before, and that night there wasn't any noises. And that time there's only a few people camping, like 100 meters away from me. So I know differences what normal human sounds and what animal sounds in forest. But those sounds I heard can't explain. If it would have been fox, bear, lynx, wolf, I would have seen it. Smaller than those animals don't crack branches while they walk around. Indeed. Black Mass. I'm a 23-year-old male, and I've been reflecting on paranormal encounters I've experienced in my childhood. I've been wanting to express my experiences to others. I'll jump right into it. When I was 7 years old, my family bought a house in south central Pennsylvania. The house was brand new. It was built in 2007 and in a development by Ryan Homes. As fortunate as I was, I can still say without guilt, I didn't like this house, and still do not like this house. I'm glad to no longer live there. For a majority of my childhood, I felt as though I was being watched from a distance. It was always very uncomfortable for me, and as I always felt the need to retreat to my bedroom. I always felt like I was invading somebody or something else's space. By the time I was 12, I was pretty convinced that something else was inhabiting the house. Something I'd interpreted as hostile. I tried to convince myself my experiences all in my head. I had a fear of the dark, and I was aware of how that might influence my perception of these paranormal experiences. But the internal debate as to whether or not something was in the house continued. Besides feeling watched, there are various paranormal experiences which I will now describe. I'll only describe these couple for time's sake. My dad was in the military, was often stationed for very long periods of time. He was absent for most of my childhood. He'd return every now and then for a few months to a year or so before leaving again. When I was in the 8th grade, he had returned home momentarily. I had my neighborhood friends over and we were having a sleepover. There were 3 of us. We were sleeping in the living room, and of course, I was in the middle of the night, and I was the only one awake. I lay on the floor closest to the kitchen. I was just lying there, staring into the dark kitchen when I started hearing slow and heavy footsteps coming down the hallway. Honestly, getting spooked just writing about it. At first, I thought it was my dad. Then I quickly realized they were oddly slow and oddly heavy. I was anticipating seeing his silhouette as the moonlight cast just enough light into the kitchen for me to be able to see objects. As the footsteps exited the void of the hallway into the moonlit kitchen, I suddenly stopped breathing. I was in complete shock. I could hear footsteps but couldn't see any silhouette. Couldn't see any silhouette. They continued to approach me slowly, and I just lay there in fear. I was completely frozen. They continued to approach me before stopping about 8 feet away from me. They were standing directly across from me, but I lay there for several minutes waiting, but the footsteps never continued. I finally felt the courage and woke up my friends in a panic. The next incident proved to be the nail in the coffin, and confirmed to me what I was experiencing was at the very least tangible. I was about 15 years old. It was the midday of the daytime on a bright and beautiful summer day. I was home alone with my dog. Couldn't tell you what I wore that day, or what I ate, or who I spoke to, but I can tell you this. I stepped out of my bedroom, which was on the 2nd floor, and walked over to the steps overlooking the foyer. I looked down to see my dog resting peacefully by the front door. I began to walk down the steps. I immediately noticed the space around me felt heavy, like someone had placed fans against the windows or orientated them so they were pushing air into the house. So quiet, very quiet. It had not occurred to me this might be something paranormal. In fact, I felt very relaxed. That feeling you get when you meditate. I walked down the steps and decided to lie on the floor and cuddle with her. She wasn't much of a cuddler, so it really wasn't unusual for her to pull away from me after a minute or so. Of course, I wanted to cuddle her for longer, so I pulled her back down to the floor, but it really wasn't me that she had a problem with. After pulling her down 2 more times, I gave up. I lay on the floor, I turned my head to look at her, and noticed that she was staring down the hallway with her ears up. She was clearly looking at something. I sat up and looked down the hallway with her, and all of a sudden she got up on all fours. The fur on the back of her went up, as did her tail, and then she started growling. This was extremely unusual behavior for her. She was a rescue dog and was severely abused as a puppy and was not verbal. While I found this unusual in the moment, I thought she might be overreacting to some stimuli that I couldn't hear or see. Maybe she thought kids playing outside were intruders in the house. Maybe she saw the reflection of a car driving by. She was a very sensitive dog, and doing so much as holding a ruler in your hand would scare her. But then I saw it. This black circular levitating mass darted across the hallway. Had I blinked, I might not have seen it. It's about the size of a beach ball. It was very dark. It didn't even scare me at first, and obviously I was shocked. But in that moment, I realized everything I felt was real. I mouthed the words, "No fucking way," as my jaw remained open. Not only did I see it in my direct vision on a clear and sunny day, my dog saw it too. I've told this story to my mother many times. She told me that when we first moved in, I told her I saw a black figure darting rapidly back and forth at the bottom of the stairs. I don't currently remember seeing this, but based on my age and the significance of this, I hope it'll soon come back to me. Apparently, I told her my grandfather wouldn't let it come up the stairs. I remember on several occasions I'd gone upstairs to the safety of my bedroom. After shutting my door behind me, I'd put my face up to the door and I'd say something along the lines of, "You can't come in here. This is my space. You can't come in here." I felt a little silly, as I could easily see how this might be an imagined fear, but this illustration is just to paint a picture of just how real this was for me. Hope you enjoyed reading about my experience or found it interesting. Well Digger's Story. My experience starts in New Mexico west of Clayton on 422. I was drilling for a small mom and pop company with a hydraulic rig which only took 2 people to operate. That was my younger brother and I. It was hot that summer and the rig would overheat during the day, so I told the boss man that we would drill at night. That way there'd be no issues. My little brother had the company truck and I had my personal vehicle, which is a 2003 Tahoe. I had my girlfriend with me at the time, so we agreed to meet at the job site after dark. We live about an hour away in Texas. And anyway, you would pull off at 422 just after the road tees to another small town. I don't really know the name of it, but you'd have gotten open and closed at least 5 gates to get to the spot. When I got there, I fired up the rig and generator, turned on the lights to check the equipment every time. It was good, so I shut it back down and waited for my brother. I folded the back seats down and was going to try to sleep for a bit while my brother was headed out towards us, so me and my girlfriend jumped in the back of the Tahoe to get some shut-eye. I noticed how pitch black it was in this pasture. There was no moon, no stars, nothing, just darkness about this time. I see what looks like headlights at a good distance far enough away that it was just one light instead of 2 separate headlights, which seemed like they were heading our direction, but not from the direction we came on, from a different direction in the east of us. Puzzled, we watched this light come down what appeared to be country road, still thinking it was headlights, but still never got close enough that it split into 2 separate lights, so it was pretty far away, anyhow. We're sitting there watching it, our heads in the direction, and all of a sudden it does a spiral move and it disappeared. It was like where you stand outside with your finger, drew a spiral in the air, but imagine it was 5 miles away seeing this. I knew it wasn't a car anymore. I look over at her and I asked, "Did you see that?" She hugs me tightly as we talked about, trying to wrap our heads around it. She points at this red glow that's coming towards the truck slowly from the east. I was in a state of disbelief sitting there, quietly trying to come up with any logical explanation for what this glowing red mist could be. I thought like a brake light, or no brake pedal. It was clear if anything like that could press it and the rig and generator were off. Looking around for anything solution, I'd look around and ask her, "Are you seeing this? I'm just trying to understand this. I'm not tripping or nothing right now." She said, "No, this happening, let's out of here." So I said, "No, let's see what it wants about this." What is this? I said, "No, let's see what it wants about this time." That mist surrounded the back half of my Tahoe. Looking out the window seemed like looking through a red filter, but not just red, almost like an ultraviolet red filter without the black light. She said, "Let's go." I said, "Wait," trying to figure out what was happening. Then a knock on the rear passenger quarter panel scared the shit out of both of us. She screamed, which made me panic, so I turned around to start my truck. I couldn't find the key for a split second, but when I did, I put it in and turned the switch, but nothing happened, like the battery was dead. No light, no radio. Then a split second later, the engine would turn over, but still no lights. A second thud on the rear quarter and a truck turned on. Looked around. Everything was normal again. The headlights came on, but we left out of there right then, and I didn't drill that well. The boss man did. We ended up meeting my brother at one end of the many gates to get to the property. I tried to tell him what had happened, and he said something had hit his truck, but to brushed it off as a stick or something. I told my boss about it. He'd think it was drugs to this day. I still don't know what the hell it was, and I don't think it wants to harm us, because the whole thing just kind of happened. It didn't seem intended, like it just happened to be on its path or wanted to see what the bright lights were in the middle of nowhere. I don't know if anybody has any similar stories or any info. It would be awesome. I wanted to go back and check it out, but that's the first period. The first period was after. Wanted to go back and check it out, but period. Also didn't want to get shot by a rancher. I definitely understood that last sentence. Me neither. Freaky encounter in the hills last night. Yesterday night at around 12:45 or 1 a.m., myself and two buddies went up to Del Val to eat our Jack-in-the-Box and look at the stars. We initially turned left onto a side road to look to the view because I had never parked there. There were 3 cars and teenagers, so we decided to go a little bit further down into the empty main road. As I was U-turning out, the kids started to start their cars and leave. We turned left out of the side road onto the main road and pulled over to the next right to enjoy the peacefulness. We went out to go eat on the hood of the car, despite it being pretty chill out. Chilly. We started eating our food and chatting about life. We were finishing up, and when I heard what I thought was a weird humming or throat noise, I wasn't immediately startled because, well, I thought it could have been my buddy messing around, but maybe just trying to scare us. But I was confused at the same time because he was mid-sentence when the noise happened. I said, "What was that? Was that you?" He said, "Nah, it literally wasn't me." Sort of a scared laugh. I certainly wasn't off put yet, and we were kind of speculating and laughing about making jokes about wrong-term mutants, which we always like to do when we're in outdoors. My friend said, "Yeah, we don't fuck with that old DD. D-dog. Somebody educate me on this." Immediately after he said that, it happened again. We heard it much more clearly because nobody was talking this time. It sounded like a humanish agony groan that was no longer 3 seconds. It was definitely not my buddy. From our point of view, we're standing by the front of the car facing the passenger rear side where the road starts going down into a grassy hillside. The noise was almost certainly coming from the grass, and pretty close, enough to make me feel like I was in imminent danger. Fight or flight kicked in, and we scrambled into the car, rolling all the windows up while my buddy collected the $30 bucks of Jack-in-the-Box from the hood, locked the doors, turned the car on, and put it into gear. We were driving down the road the opposite way. We just needed to get somewhere that we would have to do a U-turn soon. Not within 5 seconds of driving off, a police truck with his orange lights on passed us, heading into the direction of the noise and where we'd just been parked. Pulled over not 30 yards away from where we were parked. He didn't pull out after us, so I ruled out him being suspicious of us. It's like he heard the same thing we did. We drove past by the spot where the kids were parked, and we checked to see if there was still anybody there maybe messing with us. No cars. Maybe it was a homeless or mentally ill person roaming around the hills. In that split second of hearing the sound for the second time, my gut tells me it was some freaky creature watching us through the grass on all fours. And again, the noise sounded human, but not fully, maybe ghoulish or supernatural. I am religious. With good there must be evil. Certainly do not doubt that dark magic exists. Kinda bummed because it's a cool place to get away and enjoy the stars, but now I know if I want to go back. Maybe with a firearm, or maybe with more people. Dragged into a dark room. I was around 10 years old. My family used to go to bed at the same time, all 7 of us. We would say goodnight to each other from our bedrooms, and we were all tucked in. I know it wasn't even 5 minutes after all the lights were out when I had to get my last pee in before going to fall asleep. got up out of bed, maybe making my way down the hall to her 2,000 square foot house. Feeling the wall as I walked, when the room on the right came, I knew the bathroom was on the left. The door came, and I felt a large hand grab my right ankle with a muscular force, drag me into the center of a small bedroom that was vacant. Screamed to the top of my lungs like bloody hell. My mom and stepdad rushed into the room to investigate the matter. I said somebody grabbed me. I was hysterical, barely able to word a sentence. My parents checked the locked window and the closet that didn't have any attic access, and the only odd thing about the room was the yin-yang symbol on the inside of the closet that was painted. Beneath it was a depressing note somebody had left about their life. My mom tried to scrub it illegible, but we bought the house and it wasn't completely successful. Welcome to Paranormal M, your gateway to the world of the mysterious and unexplainable. Subscribe and turn on notifications to keep up with our latest eerie tales. We hope you enjoy the journey. Dead relatives. So this is my dad's story, and I know for a fact that he wasn't lying about this. Now, I've heard 2 encounters about paranormal activity, but the one that he told me a few days ago still haunts me every second. So around 20 or 30 years ago, my dad, grandma, and grandpa and his great relatives all lived together. However, my great-grandma was driving down from Noosa. She was going to see her sister before she passed. She passed unexpectedly of a heart attack while down there. The day that this paranormal encounter happened, my dad, grandma, and grandpa went to Sunshine Plaza. If you're in old Australia, you might know where it is. So when they returned home, my dad and grandpa see my great-grandma, who had passed on the couch reading a newspaper. But the thing is she wasn't meant to be home for another few days. But they didn't know that, so brought it up with my grandma, to which she broke the news that she had died earlier that morning. The second story. This happened a few months ago. It was about 12 or 1 a.m. My dad works really late hours at his office at home. However, he feels something pulling his shirt. Thought that it was me or my brother, but it turned around and only saw nothing. My dad told my mom, and he told me what happened. He looked so shaken up from it. Ghost kid or something else? It's been a while since this has happened. My best friend and I were living together in an apartment for about 2 years now. Never had any issues. Now this starts during the COVID lockdown. We didn't really have a lot to do, so we were just sitting in our living area and watching some TV and having tea. We suddenly saw the coffee table move a little. We ignored it. Things kept happening. Glasses literally flew out of cabinets, stuff kept falling off places, and I guess you could just say that we didn't take it seriously, so we joked about it. Oh yeah, there's a ghost in our apartment, it's harmless. That started a series of violent front doorknob turnings from the outside and banging at her door. It wasn't possible for a human being, the building was very safe. We confirmed it with security. This one day I had a dream where I was waking up from my bed. I was seeing a little boy. He was dressed up like it was the early 2000s. I remember asking him who he was and how he'd get in here. He tells me his name, and I vividly remember it because of what will follow. And then he says, "What do you mean, get in here? I live here." He then runs into the bathroom and vanishes. I woke up from the dream because of a phone call. Surprisingly, it was a call from a cop who was asking me if he's speaking to XYZ. The same name as the little boy from my dream. It freaked me out a lot and told my BFF about it, and she was creeped out too. But after that, we had a lot of things happen to us. I eventually moved out, but my BFF and her boyfriend lived there, and well, she complains about hearing steps outside her room all night. I had a little sleepover with her recently. Completely felt somebody pull my leg. Someone randomly also told me my aura is dark. if there's something dark attached to me. The second time I heard the lady's voice. This is the second time I've heard the same lady's voice talk to me, except this time I wasn't asleep. I was wide awake doing actual chores around the house. We were in our first house in California. I was vacuuming the floor because it was just a normal Sunday chore maintenance day. My wife and the kids, they were watching TV. That was because they were working on the movie and I was just finishing up the section before I went and joined them. As I was vacuuming the floor, I heard a female ask me what I'm doing. I responded, "I'm vacuuming. What do you think I'm doing?" And as soon as I said that, my wife was wondering who I was talking to. I told her, "Well, you asked what I was doing." She said I never said anything. I proceeded to ask her, who did the kids say something to, and she said no. Well, at that point, I knew that the lady spoke to me once again, except this time it was a lot more clear that I wasn't asleep. I've been trying to find ways to reconnect with her again, but still, I've yet to hear her voice for a third time. Dream of the other side. Now, I don't know if this is considered a ghost story or not, but a while back I had a crazy dream of the afterlife from both heaven and hell's point of view. From my dream, I remembered I was standing in a really dark environment. I couldn't see anything around me. It was so black. All I could see in front of me was a soft reddish glow. But in this dream, it was neither hot nor cold, and the environment was actually quite comfortable. I remember certain objects around me. It was hard to tell what they were, but I looked up toward the reddish glow in my dream. I remember seeing these 4 elemental-style creatures changing shapes. But it looks like they were made of a fog, a dark fog. But they had white eyes and horns. They kind of reminded me of the newest creature from the newest Ghostbusters movie, but I had this dream long before that. And in this dream, as I looked at the creature, it's like looking the same. They were talking to me, trying to tell me something, but I couldn't make out with what they were saying because it was in a language that, wasn't of this world. After they finished speaking to me, I felt myself get sucked backwards through a tunnel of debris. The next thing I realized, I ended up in the clouds. Everything around me was bright, and I was able to see everything around me. As I looked up, there were 3 element-type creatures, but this time they were made from the clouds. Looked more human. They spoke to me and told me it wasn't my time. I must go home now. And then I woke up. A ghost which didn't like me. A few years ago, I lived in a very old house, and mind you, I didn't know any history behind it. But eventually I learned that it used to have a graveyard next to it. But the graveyard was taken down years ago, decades even, and ever since there's a market. And of course, I don't believe in ghosts, and I was pretty excited to have a new place to live in. It wasn't until my brother and I started to see things. We lived on the 2nd floor. Important to note for the next paragraph. And, well, it was nighttime. I, a 15-year-old female, and my brother, maybe 8 or 9-year-old male, were yapping about games or some sort in the kitchen. We wanted to have snacks because we couldn't fall asleep. My back was facing the window and my brother's in front of me, so we could see the window very well. During the conversation, my brother went pale and stared at the window. His face showed true horror. He started to cry out loud. I quickly turned around just to see what was going on. He kept saying that she was behind the window. I didn't see anybody, but I was horrified enough and believed him because he for sure couldn't have faked crying like that. Next day, my brother had a friend over. They're hanging out in my mom's room. My mom with her friend were sitting in the kitchen. My brother, and his friend were watching TV till they fell asleep. I was half asleep, so every noise sounded pretty sharp to me. Even the TV seemed pretty loud. That's how sharp everything felt. But I heard a very weird noise, like groans. Opened my eyes just to see a full silhouette of a little girl standing right in front of my brother, basically hovering over him. I panicked. The little girl noticed me, and in an abnormal speed went and flew through the door, which is fully closed. I tried to scream for my mom just to realize that I couldn't even scream. I somehow lost my voice within a few minutes. Nothing stopped me from running toward my mom and crying about what I'd seen. After some time, a week before moving out, I was peacefully sleeping in my bed. But then I felt a very heavy presence on my neck. It felt like somebody was choking me and sitting in my chest. I wasn't paralyzed or frozen. I could move enough to try to remove something from me. Which I couldn't because, well, it's a ghost. I struggled enough till I finally was able to breathe. And all of a sudden I heard a groan and loud thumps going toward the kitchen. Grabbed my phone because I wanted to call my mom, since she was working during the night and it was only me and my brother in the house. That was until I realized that it was burning hot. It was basically about to explode. My phone had a warning that it needed to immediately cool down, and it has never happened before. Couldn't fall asleep and stayed up all night, waiting for my mom from work. I don't live in that house anymore, but whoever was there, she didn't like us at all. I have a ghost in my room, and I'm pretty sure that my dog can see it. So I moved into a new house like a half a year ago. I did that with my dad and my younger brother. I got the room that was upstairs, and it's the only room that's upstairs because the stairs lead to my room. Like 3 months pass, my dad says to me, "I believe that a ghost is in your room." So obviously I'm like, "Boy, what?" So after he told me that, my room had a different type of energy. Nothing would go on in my room for like the first year. The only thing weird about it is that there's this one corner that feels like something's there, like all the energy is there. So a year passes. My dog starts to look in the corner, like a lot, and sometimes he'd be under the blankets and randomly jerk up and run out of the blankets just to sit down and look at that corner with his ears perked up. Later, only at night, I would hear these knocking noises in my walls which scared me. I started to believe more and more that this ghost is real. Until today, January 26, 2024, it convinced me 100% that this ghost is real. It's like 7:30 p.m., went into my closet to get a shirt, and there was a full breeze in there. And mind you, there isn't any fan, there's no vents, so my mind was like, what is happening? I go out of my closet, shut my door, and lay down on my bed. I'm on the phone while watching a show, and then I hear my closet doorknob, and it started to move. I look over, and it's literally turning. I was doing that for a hot 5 seconds, and then it stopped. After that, I freaked out and just remembered, oh yeah, there's a ghost in my room. But after that, I'm convinced that it's real and my dog can see it. I would also like to add that one night when I was falling asleep, something pulled my ear like it was trying to get me out of my bed. I know I didn't imagine it because it felt way too real. He said that when he walks up the stairs, there's like an energy shift. He's also witnessed the door letterbox flip up and down out of the blue. When he comes up to my room, he feels like a pat on his arm. When he first moved in, it was just my brother and my dad who came to the house. My brother started to look around at my room and saw a door handle on the wall and wanted to show my dad. When they went back into the room, the door handle was gone. My orphanage is 120 years old. My experiences. One day I go to sleep at around 12. I wake up at 3 in the night and I begin hearing loud demonic whispering of children playing right next to my ear. Eventually I get annoyed, and grunting isn't doing it. At some point I chalk it up to kids playing outside or shitting around in the yard outside. But it doesn't get quieter. It's in my ear at this point. So I look outside and I realize that it's pitch black outside. There's no kids and nobody who's there. Another time my roommate went to sleep earlier than usual. I ended up staying late up at night, maybe around 2. I hear footsteps going into the secondary bathroom to the hallway. It's not anybody in the orphanage nor a caseworker because we all have bathrooms in our own room armed with a shower. So it's like cruising around my bedroom back and forth. It stops when I start praying to Jesus. I should also mention that this is a heavily Catholic-centered orphanage. We have regular priests who come in the summer to teach us about God. I'm usually not religious, but I thought using the name of a higher power would help. Anyway, I mentioned the name of Jesus several times, and each time they stop momentarily before cruising between my bedroom and going to the secondary bathroom. Somehow it turns on the sink, and I can hear it doing that for more than a minute. I go outside and I see that the hall is pitch black. Nope. Immediately went back to my room and slept throughout the night. My father committed suicide 2 months ago. Seeing crows and toddler talking about his grandpa. My father had end-stage congestive heart failure and committed suicide May 29th. He was in the process of having a heart attack. It was a violent death, gunshot wound to the chest. But he did it for a lot of reasons. The main one being he wanted to control when he died, and he didn't want to die in the hospital, but rather in the comfort of his home. He also didn't want to be a burden to us financially or in any way a process of him dying, meaning us having to change him or clean him. When I went to pick up his ashes from the funeral home, there was a very large crow sitting in the parking lot that caught my attention. I thought it was strange considering crows are considered death animals, but there's a comforting aspect to it. I've always really liked crows, but anyways. I was walking out of the funeral home with my dad's ashes in my hand. My 2-year-old son started saying, "Grandpa, there's Grandpa." Mind you, we never called my dad Grandpa because my son never spent much time with him. It wasn't until he passed that my son started talking about his grandpa. I also think my son's too young to understand that my father's ashes were in that box. I fully believe my son sees his grandpa. I will say that I am Christian, so that's where my belief set lies. I pray often for signs that my dad's in heaven or that his presence is still with me. I don't believe people who commit suicide are damned to hell. He had questionable morals prior to his passing, but after his end-stage heart failure diagnosis, he started praying often. So I think he made his peace with God. Once when I was crying and upset, it was raining outside and a full rainbow showed up. My toddler then said, "Where's Grandpa?" Another interesting thing is I've been seeing crows and ravens. I'm not really sure which they are, but frequently, like on a daily basis. Numerous times a day I saw the one at the funeral home. They literally fly above my car when driving around. It's the strangest thing. Hope it's not a bad omen for me. Like I said, there is a feeling of comfort to it. Just figured I'd share this, it's interesting to say the least. I've included some pictures of a crow sitting outside my house, the rainbow I saw with my son, and a picture of me and my dad. If anybody has any opinions of this, I'd appreciate hearing them. Hope the crows aren't a bad sign. My 2 stories, hauntings. So I don't believe in ghosts. However, I do have 2 stories from my life that triggered my interest. Let me tell you them. And let me say, as a skeptic, I still get slight chills thinking about them. And yes, the second one scared me way more. 1. When I was a teenager, I competed all over the place. One time, we got put in an old nun's rectory. They locked us in our rooms at night and kept boys and girls in separate floors. We were like 17 to 18. The place kinda just creeped me out. I'm not religious at all, and all the imagery made me uncomfortable. There was this big Jesus cross at the end of the hallway in front of a red-tinted window. That shadow was just the worst. So I could barely sleep knowing I was locked in a room. Not great when you gotta compete, which made it worse. The next morning, I way overslept. When I got up, I immediately went looking for my team to get ready. I heard loud voices coming from my buddy's room. We were up on the 4th floor. I walked in, voice stopped. No one there. I noticed that there was a small air grate, so I assumed it was coming from downstairs, but I went down each floor looking for people and no one was there. Turns out the nuns were gone for the day and everybody else was like 2 buildings over getting a speech from the coach. I was the only one in the building. This one is the one that genuinely scared me. I worked in a rink as a teenager, and man, I got there early, like 5:30 early. So I walk in one day and turn on the lights in the main rink area. Up above, overlooking the ice, is like a mezzanine. It's all glass, and on the other side of that wall or mezzanine is a basketball court. The canteen is below the mezzanine. The girls in the canteen always say they heard footsteps up in the mezzanine. And me and some other guys had to go in a few times to ensure them that there's nobody up there creeping. The door to this mezzanine auto-locks. We need a key to open it from the outside. We always left the basketball court lights on so we could see anybody on the cameras who broke in. The whole building had security sensors on the doors that were sensitive, and wind would sometimes cause them to go off the doors shaking. So, after I switch on the lights in the main rink area, I look around and notice movement in the mezzanine across the rink. I look up and somebody's going back and forth. Now, since there are 3 ways into the rink, I assume it's my boss setting up the chairs for an event that day. I wave, the person turns and waves to me. They're backlit by lights from the basketball area, so I can't make them out. And of note here, the security has to be turned off separately in a few places at the rink I worked at, so turned off the security at the end I was in, and it distinctly beeped when I turned it off. I walked down to the other end, walked up into the mezzanine. No one's there. The alarm proceeded to go off because I set it off in the main hall entry area with my presence. I immediately called my boss to call him an idiot for not shutting off all the alarms. The cops come automatically because of the alarm. Went back down to find him. Proceeded to set off the 3rd and final alarm at the last set of doors. My boss picked up, told me that he was in town 40 minutes away to pick up a load of wood when the store opened. I immediately started scouring the building. When the cops came, they helped, but no one was there. Checked every camera, which clearly caught me running around hunting for this person, and also the cameras aimed at every door. No one came in or out. No one was on the camera in the mezzanine. I've never been able to explain this. The person was distinct. They distinctly waved back. I could see them, the whole time walking down toward the mezzanine. I only lost sight of them when I entered the main foyer and walked up the stairs to the mezzanine itself. All of the exits had cameras. All of the cameras captured me hunting for the person. The cops thought I was nuts, and watching me look for the person on the videos, I got more and more frustrated. I was alone in that whole facility. I, over 15 years later, still hate that mezzanine. 2 people I know have died in that rink, on the ice and before that. To this day, new staff mention hearing footsteps. I've scoured that mezzanine for hiding places more than once. Directly after footsteps were heard and never found anything, so Now, I don't believe in ghosts, and I do believe both instances are explainable as 1, voices do somehow travel over the distance through air vents. 2, my brain backfiring like wild with the odd lighting. I just wanted to share the main reasons I've taken interest in this stuff. Try to keep an open mind. My pawpaw visited me. In July of 2019, my pawpaw passed away. It was like the roof and walls of a house in our family, and when he passed, it was very devastating for all of us. In the previous months beginning in December of 2018, he got sick. We all thought it was the flu because it was the same symptoms, and of course he was stubborn and didn't want to go to the doctor. He got over it, and then in January 2019 he got sick again. Same symptoms. And, well, no doctor. I visited him pretty daily normally, but he'd been working a lot the next few weeks and hadn't been able to go see them in person. So I went over there, and my pawpaw with jaundice. The skin turns a yellowish color because they're not exercising bile from their kidney properly. I talked to them like normally, and they pulled my grandma aside and said he's yellow. He needs to go to the doctor immediately. My grandma said that, I know I've said something to her and that he just won't go. Again, stubborn, no doctor. So I had to think of a way that I could make him go. My aunt, his youngest daughter, is like his favorite, I would say. So I called him the next morning and asked if Grandma talked to her, and she said that she talked to her this morning. So I told her what was going on and that I think she could convince him to go maybe. She lives in Iowa, so she was coming down to visit a couple of weeks later. She said that she would try to talk to him. She convinced him to go the week after because, he didn't want to spend the week that they were down in the hospital when he went to tears. We found out he had E. coli, a rare gallbladder cancer, hepatitis B, and cancer that's in his last stage. He had 6 months to live. I got the call that he was coming home, and I said that's great, but he said he's going to go home on hospice. My heart dropped. You know that song by Luke Combs, Because I'm Leaving? The last verse where he takes his dad's hand and talks to him, that's what my pawpaw did with me. Fast forward 6 months, I get a phone call and he passed away. A couple of years passed and I was laying in bed thinking about him and crying, and, he's buried in the cemetery that I have to pass on my way home. I eventually fall asleep and I'm in a movie theater and a black and white movie's playing, and I look around and I see my pawpaw and his sister sitting in the back. He looked healthy. He said to me that he was fine and he was happy. I hugged him and said I miss you, and he looked at me and said he missed me too. I woke up the next morning and just cried. Cried knowing that he was okay and knowing that he was in heaven. So this was years and years ago. I'm making myself sound old, but this happened when I was living with my mom. So, the same house I grew up in and always believed in this stuff, by the way, so not my first. But this encounter, I was standing in the kitchen. When you walk in from the front, you walk into the living room with no walls in between the kitchen and in front of the fridge board. I was just looking around. That's when I'd seen someone pass right next to me and go down the hallway. I looked down the hall, no one was there, everyone was in the living room. Turned around and looked at my mom, and she just stared at me like, what the fuck? So I asked her, did she just see that? She says yes, and looked like my biological dad when they were young. My next encounter was when I was sleeping. I woke up and it was like 3-something a.m. I had to go to the bathroom, so I just got up to use the bathroom, but I noticed the light on in the kitchen. Before I can look to see the direction of the light, I look at the garage door, which is diagonally across from the hallway in the kitchen. I see an Indian chief standing there dressed in things they wear to, show that they're chief. The feathers on top of the head and the staff. I literally just woke up, so I'm dazed. I look at where the light's coming from, and it's the stove light. There were pots and pans that I didn't do the night before. So I was like, I've got to be dreaming, and went to the bathroom. Closed the door and did my thing, and then I just opened the door and the light's off and he was gone. Mind you, if anybody steps in the hallway and walks by the bathroom, the floor creaks. Never creaked. I told my mom about it the next day, and she said it could be possible because we lived where the Trail of Tears used to be. So my mom's husband took me out of the woods behind the house and showed me an Indian burial ground. I was flabbergasted. Need help with my room. Hey guys, I'm 18 and living with my parents, waiting to leave for college in August. My room is haunted. Started around 3 months ago. I'd periodically wake up in the middle of the night anywhere from 2 to 3 a.m. I would hear breathing from the corner of my room. At first I would naturally think it's the window, the fan, or my mini fridge, but the noise would only happen during these hours and never during the day. I also know this is never a figment of my imagination due to me being sleepy, because one time around a month ago I was up playing Minecraft till around 2 and I heard the breathing in my right ear again. This scared the crap out of me. Ran to my mom's room to prove it to her, and she came in to check it out, and it disappeared. But out of reason, I wake up at 2 or 3 a.m. every night and I can't sleep in that room. It's because I've woken up to a voice speaking into my ear. It once said the name Terry. My family has not known anybody named Terry, and my grandparents owned the house before us. Nobody was named that. And it also woke me up from a dead sleep saying, "Yep." Nothing happens to any of my family members, just me, which is why I've been kind of scared. Things only happen in my room. The final straw for me, which scared the shit out of me yesterday, was me and my grandpa prayed over my room together. While praying, her phone rang extremely loud out of nowhere with an unknown caller. We didn't even pick up. The energy in the room shifted. She said that she felt that there was something in that moment. The fact that it didn't like when we prayed is pretty scary to me. I don't know what to do. My parents just don't believe me at this point. I've kind of made it into a joke with my friends, but it's really destroying my sleep schedule and I'm stressed to high hell. Please help me. How do I handle this? It screamed so loud, and my sister's voice begging for me to come to the second floor. Something screamed so loud in my sister's voice begging for me to come to the second floor and save her. It's going to hurt her. It was exactly this. "Brother, please save me, brother, please come save me." The voice came from the second floor, and it happened about 4 p.m. at noon. Thought it might be crazy, but my father, who's in 2 rooms away, also heard it. Wanted to go up right there, but around 3 p.m. I saw my sister go out with my mother, and I wasn't sure that she wasn't home, or if she were. I would have seen her. My father and I went up there to the second floor only to find nothing. Didn't see anything. I don't know what would have happened if I'd gone up there alone myself. This happened 18 years ago in 2006, but to this day I still get goosebumps. One more incident happened with me a year later. It was much more like a poltergeist, a very violent one. We'll talk about that in a separate post. What do you think? What was it? Still can't figure it out. Also, my house has a history of haunted incidents since 1995. These are the only ones I witnessed. My house is haunted. Please help. So we just moved into a new place. It's brand new, 2024. It's a trailer in a trailer park. We've lived there for a little over a month now, and just recently have been experiencing some unexplained events. One night, me and my dog were laying on the couch, kind of falling asleep. But all of a sudden we hear a loud crinkling noise coming from the bedroom hallway where the kids sleep. Except my kids were staying the night at my mom's. My dog heard it and jumped up. It was creepy, but I shrugged it off. A few days later, my kid was in bed and it was like 1 a.m. I heard a voice. Checked out my kids and they were dead asleep. Just didn't sound like their voice. Again, shrugged it off because maybe sleep talking, but, well, the other night we all just had a living room sleepover. We're all sleeping in the living room, and while everybody else is sleeping, I heard a loud voice say, "Hello?" from the kids' bedroom hallway again, followed by tapping sounds. Now, the next day I went to check out the kids' bedrooms. Stepped on a toy in my kids' room, and it was the same voice. However, you need to push a button to make this go off. This is when I'm officially scared, convinced this isn't explainable. My fiancé then left out of town a couple of days with the kids to visit his dad. Last night was the worst night of all of them. Bathroom fan next to my son's room turned on. I went and turned it off, started walking away, and I heard my son's fan in his bedroom turn on, and I ran to my room. Got in my bed, and there was banging on the bottom of the bed. It was so hard the bed was shaking. My heart started pounding. I called my mom, crying and begging for her to come over. She came over, and I just left straight with her that night. I'm one to look at every logical explanation before thinking of paranormal activity, but there's no explanation for this. There was banging and pounding on the bed really loud. I don't know what to do. My fiancé goes out of town for work for 3 months, and I'm scared to be alone. Ambergate Pumping Station, Derbyshire, England. In the summer of 2008, I was employed as a contractor and control systems engineer by Severn Trent Water. I was working in Ambergate Pumping Station, just next to Carsington Water in Derbyshire, just near the village of Matlock. It was late in the afternoon, around 4 p.m. I was asked to go to the pumping station, and I was rather busy that day. Initially asked why one of the operators couldn't be sent instead. Someone jokingly said with a laugh, "Well, it's haunted, and Sausage, a nickname of one of the operators, Sausage won't go back in there." Whilst I believe in ghosts and had my fair share of weird, but not particularly disturbing paranormal experiences, I just thought somebody was having a laugh and wasn't really being serious. Ambergate Pumping Station is one of those old Grand Victorian pump houses. It's quite deceiving as it extends around 3 stories below ground. Here's experience number 1. I descended the 3 flights of metal stairs to the bottom of the pump house. I carried my small bag of tools down along with a folding metal table. Despite being a warm summer's day outside, it was cold, damp, and dark in there, being quite dimly lit and with no natural light. The job wasn't a big one. Test a panel, trace out the fault, pretty normal stuff. I'd been in there for maybe 10 minutes when my bag of tools flew off the table behind me, 6 feet across the room, hitting the wall with a thud and a clang. It spilled all of its contents, mainly spanners, screwdrivers, and other random stuff. I didn't see it happen, but as soon as I heard it hit the wall, I spun round. I was quickly bewildered as I was completely alone in there. My tool bag wasn't balanced on the edge of the table where it might have fallen off. It would have to be lifted and then thrown. Plus, it weighed around 10 kilograms. I gathered all my tools, put them back to my tool bag, set it back down on the table. Unfortunately, my job was almost finished. My tool bag wasn't moved a second time. 5 minutes later, I picked up the tool bag, folded up the table, and made my way out. Drove back to the Severn Trent offices near the village of Clay Cross. When I got back, one of the guys said, "Have fun in there, Neil." I said, "Mm-hmm." Didn't say anything more of it. Experience number 2. 2 weeks after this, I had to go back out to Ambergate, and this time, This experience, although nothing was thrown, was far weirder. I entered the pumping station at around midday. I had the usual bag of tools and folded metal table with me. I switched the lights on and descended the stairs down to the bottom. As I stepped off the final metal step at the bottom, the light switched off. I set my tools down on the floor along with my metal table and slowly just groped my way up the 3 flights of stairs in the pitch dark. I unfortunately didn't have a flashlight, and this was well before the times of smartphones with lights. So, given my previous experiences, I felt a bit unnerved by this climbing the stairs, but there's nothing else I could do. Finally, I made it back up the stairs, and after some fumbling around, found the light switch. I switched it, and hallelujah, the lights came back on. I gingerly walked back down the steps, and lo and behold, I reached the bottom step and click, the lights went off again. God damn it, I thought. This time I felt even more nervous climbing the stairs in the pitch black, but I had a plan B. Went out to my car, and in the boot I had some duct tape. I cut a large piece of this duct tape and taped it firmly across the light switch. For a third time I walked down the stairs, and when I go to the bottom of the stairs, and the lights started to flicker like a lot. It was as if somebody was at the top of the stairs playing with the light switch, but now couldn't turn it off. I could also faintly hear the click-click of the light switch being pushed over and over again. Stayed in there 10 or 15 minutes until my job was done, but all throughout this time the lights were flickering as if somebody or something was messing with the light switch, but couldn't turn it off. Hell no, I didn't like it in there. Completed my job and got the hell out of there. I've told a handful of people with regards to the first experience that somebody said, "Oh, you must have put it on the edge of the table and it fell off." But that doesn't explain how it ended up 6 feet away. They tried to explain the second incident with the lights as like a colleague playing a prank on you, but I'm 100% certain it wasn't. I didn't see anybody else in there. I heard no footsteps, no voices, no one entering or leaving through the heavy metal doors of the pump house. Plus, this location is fairly remote. It's like a colleague, they would have had to follow me there and then drive back. That's pretty unlikely to go to that extreme to play a prank. Fortunately, I've never had to go back, and I don't want to. Hearing a ghost, Worcestershire, UK. So this ghost story takes me back a long time. I grew up in the village of Pershore, Worcestershire, England. It's a moderately ruralish farming community in the Cotswolds. During the summer of 1978 was when I was 18. I was working as a laborer for a local farmer called Mr. Plant. His nephew was Robert Plant of Led Zeppelin. I would often finish late at night around 11 p.m. and then walk back across the fields to my parents' house. It was a warm night and I decided to rest and sit on a gate. I'd been sat there a couple of minutes and I heard what sounded like a horse galloping fast along country lane. As the noise got closer, I could hear a whip. The creaking of the saddle and a horse neighing and panting loudly got closer and closer. Somebody was driving that horse at full speed along that lane. I looked down the lane in the darkness and I saw nothing but the noise was getting closer and closer. The noise got very loud and then passed me, then faded, but there was no horse and no rider. Safe to say that it was a bit bizarre. I hadn't been drinking and fully expected to see a horse and a rider, but only the noise passed by me, no apparition. Sure, it could have been a human horse and rider, but even in the darkness, I think I would have physically seen it. Whilst I am a believer in the paranormal, I'm always open to people's ideas on debunking things. Random teleporting across town, or ending up on a road that you couldn't have otherwise gotten to. Something really strange has been happening lately, and I know I'm not crazy, because friends of mine have experienced this with me on 2 separate occasions. I swear I'm teleporting across town somehow. This has happened to me 3 times, and it's seriously starting to freak me out. It happened for the 3rd time less than an hour before I started writing these words. I was riding in my friend's car back to a place from a movie theater on the opposite side of town. A trip that would have normally taken around 15 minutes took us around 5. I noticed what had happened almost immediately, but I didn't want to say anything until my friend, and we'll call him E. He did out of fear of sounding crazy. On the drive, we randomly ended up downtown, close to my place much sooner than we should have. The transition is so seamless that I can't tell the difference until I see man-made landmarks like buildings and stuff. He mentioned that he didn't make any turns that he'd normally have to make to get there. We just ended up there. We weren't distracted by a conversation or anything, and the both of us were stone-cold sober. Then he started to freak out a little bit and told him about the 2 other experiences like I'd had, and more on those later, by the way. We made it to my place and decomposed a bit, but in the car I told E about the other 2 events like I'd experienced. The very first time I had something like that happen, I was walking to a gas station to grab a snack after work. Somehow ended up walking on a street a mile down the road. No time had passed at all, and I know this because I check my watch fairly often. The second experience was the more drastic of the 3 I've had. I was in the car with another friend of mine. We'll call him Jay. We were on our way to a Walmart, a 30-minute drive away from this place one morning, and we ended up getting there in 10 minutes. He did notice what had happened shortly after starting the drive, though. We took over in this more scenic road in my state, Virginia, which would be a straight path to North Carolina. Instead of us going toward North Carolina, we ended up on a very similar road much closer to Walmart within a matter of seconds. The transition was nearly unnoticeable until I saw the building I recognized from the part of town the Walmart's in. That experience freaked me out too. I have no clue, I don't know what's going on. To be honest, I'm really scared. I don't know what's happening and I want to find out. Has anybody else experienced this? And another thing that happens is, this has been consistent all 3 times, is that I, along with E and J, get their horrible burning sensation in your lower chest. You feel this awful sense of uneasiness, and standing up after an experience like this feels like a burden. Walking around is awkward and clumsy. All 3 times I've had this happen, I, along with E and J, have had this completely sober. My grandpa visited me before passing. 2 days ago, I found out my grandfather's passed away. I live in Australia and my grandpa lives overseas, me visiting every couple of years. We stay in touch over the phone frequently, and I lived with him for 6 years before moving here. He was the most loving grandparent ever, always supportive and always kind. He survived stage 4 cancer 30 years ago, even after the doctor saying that he wouldn't make it. That day, while I was getting ready for bed around 12 a.m., I had a sudden feeling something was very wrong, and I should call him. I ignored it, and I thought it was late and I'd call in the morning. I'm awake in bed trying to sleep, eyes open, and I suddenly see strange patterns and a white, blue, purple light. I get the feeling that he's with me. I feel his presence. Can't explain it. It feels warm. My nightlight starts flickering. It felt like a final visit, a goodbye or a blessing. Can't explain how, but I knew it was him. Thought I was tripping and I fell asleep. At 3 a.m. my dad woke me up to tell me that he's got a call. My grandpa's passed away. It's not fair. Can't stop crying. Been awake since then, and I can't eat, I can't sleep, and I can't get rid of the hole in my chest. I'm supposed to see him in December. He's supposed to come to my wedding and be a great grandfather to my children. We're so close. All I can think of is how he came to visit me, and I should have called him. He had a heart attack, and by the time the ambulance got there, it was too late. The time he passed was around when I felt his presence. I can't even go overseas in time for his cremation because I don't have a visa to visit my country of birth. Lost my citizenship when I became an Australian citizen. So many times so many should-haves. I can't stop crying, and I know how I'll get over this, but I just had to write this and get it off my chest. I never stopped feeling guilty for not calling when I had the feeling. Life sucks. He deserves so much more than what life gave him. I would give anything to see him one more time and say I love you. Can't even remember the last time I said anything to him. I watched him being cremated on video call yesterday, my mom crying over him, saying that I wasn't here. Please come back to me. I don't know how to move on from this. I hope he's at peace where he is now. Locked bathroom door keeps opening when I shower, plus some odd stuff from the past. Well, it all started back in college. I was laying in bed one night and I had one roommate, but he was gone in his girlfriend's dorm that night. I was laying there in my bed and I started seeing a shadow of some sort move across the ceiling. I then started hearing footsteps across the carpeted floor. This was a very small dorm, by the way, no bathroom, and to continue, I saw the shadow on the ceiling. I hear the walking, covered my head with the blankets in fear and shock, and decided to lay completely still. Like that would do anything. And then maybe less than a minute later, I hear and barely feel my top down blanket moving, like a hand was moving on it near my legs. I could also hear it as well, like a hand. It scared me. But for reference, I was staying in a dorm at UNC, the University of Northern Colorado, which is said to be the most haunted college in the US. Then some other time I was staying in my girlfriend's dorm room. It was a larger dorm than mine, and she had just one roommate. Her roommate and that roommate's boyfriend stayed the night in her bed while I stayed the night in my girlfriend's bed. So on that night I remember all of us asleep. The roommate woke us up, I guess, at some point in the night to something or someone saying her name right by their bed. It was a woman's voice. She told us that, well, all morning, I guess, that she was the only one that was hearing it. Guess she freaked out and jumped out of her bed. Boyfriend didn't hear any of it as well, and neither did me or my girlfriend. Activity of the paranormal calmed down after college. Nowadays, when I shower, I'll get off the toilet before showering or out of showering, and the door's just open just a hair, like an inch. Lock the door every single time. I've even checked after noticing to see if in fact I locked it, and it is locked but opened. Talked to my friends, and they and myself think that there's a spirit following me. When I was a young kid, I remember getting off the school bus and hearing somebody calling my name. Yet my neighbors were gone on vacation. My dad was gone at work. No one else in the area knew my name, so that's why I think something's been following me for more than a while. Perhaps a good spirit. Is this okay here? My father visited me in my sleep. I was 12 years old in 2002. That was when my father was killed in a car accident. It was his fault. He was out playing around in his go-kart, doing more than 100 miles an hour on alcohol fuel in a go-kart late at night on a highway with his buddy. I'll spare you the rest of the details on that night. I'm 34 years old now, and when I was 17, I had a visit from him in my sleep one night that changed me and changed my life. This visit was a gift that I still think about. Well, that's why I'm writing it today, to get it off my chest and to tell someone. This was not a dream. My body was in bed and asleep, but that's the only thing that this event has in common with a dream. It was as if I woke up in another place. There I am standing in complete whiteness. There's nothing but white all around me. No shadows, no lines, no angles to anything, just white space. Can't see a floor beneath my feet, but I understand that there's something solid beneath them. I'm not falling. I can't see a wall in front of me, but somehow I'm aware that I'm standing next to a giant wall with a door. I don't know who I'm waiting for, but I do know that I'm waiting for someone to open the door. I'm not at all concerned with the things that I don't know, and I'm completely and utterly content. Vividly remember now how I felt as though I was lacking nothing. I didn't need anything. I wasn't without. As I stood there waiting, the door that I can't see but know is there opens, and my father's on the other side and I can see him. I run as fast as I could to him and I crash into him, embracing him. The very instant that I came into contact with him, I was filled with the most love that I've ever felt in my entire life, even to this day. The most profound and powerful feeling of being completely loved beyond anything I could imagine just poured into me. Simultaneously, it was like an instant exchange of information. Everything that was inside of me that I wanted to tell him was given to him, and everything he wanted me to know, he told me without words. I instantly knew from him, like telepathically, without any delay. He told me how sorry he was for dying, and I felt how guilty he felt for that. He let me know that he was watching over me. He was doing this always. And he wanted me to know that he knows about how alone I felt without him, and he wishes that he could comfort me, let me know that he's there. I felt his love completely, and his sorrow for being gone. He said he would never have left the house that night if he had any idea that he thought he would have gotten killed or taken from us. I squeezed him so tightly, or released my grip without letting him go. I looked up at him and he looked over to the left. Followed his gaze, and I seen a big white crest-shaped couch there in the middle of the whiteness that surrounded us. We held hands, walked over to sit on the couch. Thought to myself, but what will we talk about? He knows everything inside of me. We sat down and I looked at his face. He looked so healthy. He smiled at me so lovingly and so proudly. Then, as if he was saying, "Look what I can do," his eyes turned into two birds flying, and his face and head turned into an ocean above his shoulders. What amazed me was that I could still recognize him. I held his hand still. Then I woke up in my bed, and it was at that moment I realized what I didn't even know, that I needed to forgive my father for dying. I wasn't even sure that I was holding on to that hurt and anger toward him before that. It changed my life forever. I love you, Dad, and I hope we'll be together again. There may be a demonic entity in my home. My family believes that a few of us have gifts. My mother had a sense of smell, and my aunt has the power to protect and heal. I had the joy of seeing. I had gotten overwhelmed and scared, honestly. I'd asked for it to be taken away. Like my mom said, once I turned 18, I'd slowly get it back, and unless I made the choice again on my own. Years later, which is now, I have two younger siblings, one almost 12 and the other 8. I still live with my parents trying to get everything together. My boyfriend had also moved in since we're trying to also start a business. It worked better when we're all together. My parents and siblings went to go camping one weekend, and my boyfriend and I were in the living room talking and watching a show. When we turned the TV off, getting ready to go to bed, we both saw a little figure by the front door. A few seconds later, we heard, noises. The dog sat in front of us and didn't move. My boyfriend, which I'll call Jay, went to go investigate. Like a horror movie, Jay decides to peek his head around the corner and say, "We should check out your brother's room." I denied since I started feeling something. He was gone for a minute and I felt something behind me. I felt this pressure, like as though I was heartbroken over something and cried. I was confused. Jay comes back and says that something was in the room and tried telling him to go with him. Something pulled me to go stand in the hall. I felt glued to the floor, like someone wanted me to stand right there. Jay opened my brother's door and I got a flash image of what he saw. There was something else in the hallway straight from the one I stood in. This was angry and getting ready to attack like a bull. Jay asked if I could see it, and I had to tell him that I wasn't allowed to move. A few weeks later, it's about to pass this weekend, him and Jay start getting into it more. Jay knows how bad they can be, but that's my family they're attaching to. I I searched for apps and equipment online, but I haven't, well, I guess you could say I have something coming in this Friday to experiment with, but I found an app that's pretty dead on. It's called Ghost. It's an app and it has many things to do, and that's only $11 that you have to spend. The reason why I trust it's because it mentioned things I haven't even really mentioned to anybody but my mom. I was abused when I was 15 years old and got pregnant by the guy. I had miscarried a few months in. We used the Estes method, and we would try and say things around the lines of being like a child or mom. The only people that tried the Estes method were myself, Mom, and Jay. My brother did try, but I'm not mentioning what he repeated. He's 12, and we all know they can be. I'm stating this because I believe we need help, but more answers at the same time. The entity stated that it wanted myself and everybody in the home, that it had already taken one of our dogs. I don't know if it's powerful, but I just want to protect my family. Not too much activity, thankfully, in my life. I don't have much to report for ghostly behavior in my 55 years, and I'm okay with it. Maybe some minor activity or encounters. My house is circa 1900, but doesn't seem to have much of anything happening, which is good. I can see a funeral home from my kitchen window, so I always am curious that nothing's wandered through. Well, maybe I have these Harry Potter candles hanging from my bedroom ceiling. They went up for Halloween and just never came down. The batteries are all dead now, soon to be replaced as Halloween approaches. But as they were getting to the end of their battery life, this happened. I woke one night to one of the candles turning on and off. I said aloud, "Hey, can't you see I'm sleeping here?" The candle stopped for the night. When I woke up at maybe 5 a.m., the candle soon lit up. I said, "If you're trying to communicate, turn it off." And it turned off. I asked for it to come on. It did. It seemed to do exactly as I asked. So I said, "I have to get in the shower and I don't have time for this." It stopped. After my shower, I was getting dressed and said, "I have a few minutes. If you're trying to communicate, turn on the candle." It came on. Gave it instructions. Turn on for yes, leave off for no. Went through a few questions like, "Did you used to live here?" and "Are you related to me?" All no responses. If I remember correct, I asked if I was just passing through and got a yes. Laid down some ground rules like, "Don't scare me, don't wake me up, don't jump out at me." Never heard from it again, despite some attempts. Battery eventually died, and I replaced it once and still nothing. That one died too. We'll see if anything happens to replace the batteries. Maybe September. Maybe later. See ya.